Chapter 322, Myriad Emperor World, Southern Vermilion Bird Continent, Fire Tempering Domain, Origin Pill Dao Sect. Wang Wei opened his eyes. 3 days have passed since he decided to cultivate the controlling flame art, and he has reached the 6th level. This technique is not that difficult, especially since he already witnessed the power of the 7th level from his 3rd senior sister. On top of that, Lu Cheng already cultivated to the 4th level, so he only had to learn the 2 remaining levels. Unfortunately, his current research on the mystery of this cultivation technique has come to an end. With his current identity, the best way to find out is to either ask his master or his 3rd senior sister. Unfortunately, his master only told him to cultivate to the 6th level before coming to him. Although Wang Wei has already done so, Lu Cheng had only cultivated to the 4th level a few months ago and used this opportunity to break through the supernatural realm. So, he could not explain to his master how he managed to reach such a level in just a few days. He did not want to raise suspicions. After placing the task about the flame scripture in the back of his head, Wang Wei entered the small world inside his space ring. Soon, he found himself in a large pool full of blood. After turning to his original body, he used his nail to make a small cut on his wrist. Golden blood dripped down, however, the blood did not fall on the ground. On the contrary, it went back inside his body, and the wound closed by itself. "I have already tempered blood. Now it's time for the 2nd step," muttered Wang Wei. Without hesitation, he removed his clothes and jumped inside the pool. As soon as he entered, he began to run the ancient desolate body refining scripture. A white light flew from the blood pool and entered his golden. A large amount of vitality was then infused into his body. The blood refining part of the scripture was divided into 3 parts: blood tempering, vitality absorption, and enlightenment. The first part is self-explanatory. Use any means necessary to temper the blood inside the body. Remove the impurities until the blood is thick and golden. Wang Wei used the cycle of the 5 elements from his organs and his good fortune flame to temper his blood, so he already reached the requirement. As for the second part, all he needed to do was absorb a large amount of life force or vitality. 3 hours after entering the blood pool, the color had changed from bright red to a watery white color. Wang Wei looked at this with a frown on his face. He waved his hand and the water in the pool disappeared. He clutched his hand in the air. Then the space broke. Immediately afterward, a bunch of demonic beasts appeared from the cracks. There were different varieties of them: golden lion race, battle ape race, golden rock race, etc. There were more than 10,000 of them, and all of them had 2 things in common. They had emperor bloodline flowing through their veins and had a cultivation of the supreme realm. Wang Wei used his divine sense to check these demon races, and he could feel that their auras were very unstable. Most likely because they were force-fed medicines to reach their current realms. If they were humans, this would be almost impossible to cultivate so many supreme realm powerhouses with resources alone. This was different for the demon race, as they relied mostly on their bloodline. As long as they have enough resources and as long as their bloodline is strong enough, they can quickly grow. This is also one of the reasons that humans forced the demon race to live in the continent with the least amount of resources. After checking these demonic races that have been cultivated specifically for him, Wang Wei waved his hand and a string appeared to form a cut on these beasts. Then their blood flows into the pool, replenishing it. An hour later, the corpses of these demonic beasts turned into dry mummies. Under his control, Wang Wei also removed their blood spirits, which is the equivalent to humans' primordial spirit, and used a secret technique to turn it into vitality. Then Wang Wei entered the blood pool again to absorb vitality. During the process, he started to think about his future cultivation. Currently, refining his blood has become a bottomless pit. The amount of vitality he requires to cultivate his blood to great perfection is beyond his expectation. According to the scripture, each person has different requirements for the amount of vitality needed based on their strength and talent. As for Wang Wei, there are a few reasons that he needed so much. For one, he cultivated every part of his body to perfection and beyond. Second, his body refining talent drastically increased after refining Jisong's body. Third, after opening his 7 chakras, his body took another leap in strength. Finally, and the main reasons, he decided to cultivate his organs before cultivating his blood. On top of that, he used innate materials for his organs, making his foundation and strength reach an unimaginable level. As a result of this, he has to pay the price for his actions. Luckily for him, his family is rich and can give him all the resources he needs. But Wang Wei is still not satisfied. According to his calculations, he will take a lot of time before his blood reach saturation. Furthermore, he still has to deal with the third step of refining his blood. So, he began to ponder ways to reduce the time needed to succeed. His first plan is to ask for the sect to give him an emperor pill that has a lot of vitality. However, he denied this plan as this would be a waste. His body is not nearly strong enough to withstand such a powerful pill. Plus, using such a level of resources because he did not want to waste time seemed unnecessary. His second plan was to find another innate herb and used it. Regrettably, this plan was still not practical as the sect no longer had any innate material. Maybe he could get some from other sections. After pondering for a moment, Wang Wei thought of another possible option: the wood essence he used for his organs. As an innate herb full of vitality that can even heal a great emperor, logically speaking, it should be enough for Wang Wei to temper his blood. The majority of the vitality he is using to temper his blood comes from it. However, there is a problem. Innate materials are different from Emperor Tiers 1 for a reason. For a material to become Emperor Tier, it has to be grown by a great emperor. After years of being baptized by his Tao, the material will transform itself into higher quality. As for innate material, they have their own advantage as well. Since they are bred by heaven and earth, they contain innate laws inside of them. If someone gets such material, the innate law has a lot of benefits. For example, if some mortal was fortunate enough to acquire an innate treasure, then that person is set for life. They can study the innate laws inside of the material, and it became very easy for them to cultivate and comprehend the law. The innate material is a perfect teacher that slowly teaches its owner about the laws of heaven and earth, making the lesson as easy and understandable as possible. As for emperor materials, they do have laws inside of them as well. However, it is the law of the emperor that cultivated them. Not only are those laws difficult to understand, but it also belongs to someone else. If someone comprehended them, they might acquire some powerful divine abilities, but their path of cultivation would be forever cut off. When it comes to innate herbs, they also have some law embedded inside of them. If someone wanted to use them to their fullest potential, they have to activate the power inside of them. And what's the best way to do so? Comprehend the law inside of them and resonate with it. However, here comes another problem. To be able to comprehend the law, a primordial spirit is required, and Wang Wei does not have one. He once asked Wu Hong if his paragon quality could bypass this restriction. She told him that it was possible, but a certain price must be paid. For example, he has to change to another cultivation system and recast his Tao foundation. Of course, he could still comprehend the law without a primordial spirit or changing cultivation system. The only problem is that his heaven-defying comprehension will be rendered to an ordinary genius. In other words, he will take a very long time to comprehend the law. Wang Wei frowned as his thoughts reached this conclusion. "Wait," he suddenly muttered. "Why am I in such a hurry?" He realized that his state of mind was wrong. He seemed in too much hurry for success. Right now, he was at the peak of the divine body realm while most of his competitors were still in the human stage. Even if he took his time to either cultivate his blood or reach the primordial spirit realm, it did not matter. He was just given them time to catch up to him. Additionally, having a faster cultivation speed did not really matter that much in this world. Even if he cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm as soon as possible, he could not reach the next realm. Only after most, if not all, the members of his generation reach a certain realm will heavenly Tao create the heaven will and launch the bat of emperor. So, Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm himself down and adjust his state of mind. He could take his time to comprehend the law in the wood essence. No matter how slow it would still be useful once he succeeded. Chapter 323. After calming himself down, Wang Wei decided to take his time and not rush. He will do the best he can to speed up the process, but if he failed, then that's fine. It's not a big deal. Plus, he already had an idea in mind. In the exchange pavilion, he saw that sect points could be used to exchange the Phoenix Heart Pill, which is one of the most famous pills unique to the Origin Pill Dao sect. Alchemists are weak by nature compared to other cultivators as they spent most of their time refining pills. As such, in ancient times, they focused on better ways to save their lives in case of danger. Most alchemists have healing pills on them in case they need to heal, but it is still possible to be killed even before they have the chance to take it out. So, many alchemists of the Origin Pill Dao sect who wanted to deal with this problem came out with a solution, the Phoenix Heart Pill. Although the name has Phoenix in it, the pill recipe does not have anything to do with that legendary innate demon. The pill is one full of vitality that is lodged inside the heart of the alchemist. Once he or she is injured, it will instantly release the vitality to heal them. This was a way for alchemists to acquire a powerful healing ability similar to body refiners. Unfortunately, over the years, the material to make this pill has become very rare. So, it is not as common as it used to be in the ancient emperor era. Now, there are only two ways to exchange for this pill. One is being the heaven chosen of the Origin Pill Dao sect that will compete for this generation's heaven will. Wang Wei pondered whether he should show enough talent to become the sect's heaven chosen. However, after thinking about it deeply, he refused that idea. The current political landscape of the Origin Pill Dao sect was a mess. His master, despite being the sect master, has very little power and is constantly fighting with Fu Kaiyun. If he were to become the sect's heaven chosen, he could foresee that Fu Kaiyun would do everything possible not only to assassinate him but also reduce the number of resources he would receive. There is no way he would be treated with the same level as the Dao opening sect or other emperor lineages. Furthermore, becoming the sect's heaven chosen would draw too much attention to himself. Even though his rise will still force him to clash with Fu Kaiyun and his faction, it was not on the same scale. Additionally, although Wang Wei had faith in his fate-stealing technique, he did not want to take any unnecessary risk. So, the only option left for him is to acquire enough sect points to exchange the pill. Although this process will take longer, if he plays his card right, it will be fine. After making a preliminary plan, Wang Wei spent the next 3 months inside his cave refining pills and preparing for the future. Then he left. He headed straight to the testing pavilion. His goal was to raise his alchemist rank. One of the advantages of being a disciple of the leader of the Alchemist Association was the fact that, unlike other people, he did not have to go to any of the branches or main branch to test his rank. He could do it inside the sect and the information will be sent to the proper authorities. While Wang Wei was flying to his destination, he quickly caught a group of people surrounding 2 people competing against one another. Of the 2 people competing against one another, one of them caught his attention. It was a girl dressed in blue clothes, sitting on the floor with a cauldron in front of her. The girl was in deep concentration as she refined her pill. Unlike her opponent that only had a few dozens of materials near him, she had hundreds of them. To be precise, 320. She would take the material and place it inside the cauldron, control the flame to burn the impurities, then mix them together. She did so with all 320 materials, mixing them in the right ratio. A few hours later, her opponent started to inscribe runes on the pill, but she was still removing impurities from the material and mixing them. Once everything was done, she started to condense the liquid herbal mixture into pills. Soon, both of them were done and they showed their pills. What they were refining was the top-level Earth Tier pill, Primordial Spirit Condensing Pill. This pill allowed the primordial spirit to be more condensed and increase in strength. Once the 2 competitors finished their refinements, they opened their cauldron at the same time to compare. The boy managed to refine 4 pills with 3 normal grades and 1 superior grade. The girl made 6 pills with 4 normal grades and 2 superiors. So the winner was decided. The boy coldly snorted as he said, "So what if you win? This world is ruled by rune alchemy. There is no room for you material alchemy people. In your life, you will never become a Tier 3 alchemist." After saying that, he left without looking back. All the people who watched the battle left with a few people sighing in pity. As for the girl, she was calmed during the entire process, even when she left. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who was watching this competition, began to rummage through his mind to remember the information he read about material alchemy in the sect's library and secret archive. In the ancient emperor era, after Wang Wei's ancestor Emperor Qiyuan gained the title of Taofather and started the era, many people were competing for the title of ancestor, including many alchemists who wanted the title of alchemy ancestor. At that time, the only existing form of alchemy was what the boy called material alchemy, as the concept of using runes for alchemy did not exist yet. Runes were only used in talisman making, weapon refinement, and formation. Material alchemy revolved around combining many different herbs to accomplish a certain effect by the consumer. It did not rely on runes for anything. At that time, this kind of alchemy was the mainstream was steadily being developed, until the Danyuan Emperor appeared and developed the concept of rune alchemy. Unlike material alchemy, rune alchemy had many advantages, the main ones being the few materials needed in the process. As long as the few main materials of a pill are used, runes can be used to replace the auxiliary materials. As for material alchemy, each pill required hundreds of auxiliary materials. Furthermore, the higher the pill, the more material required. The profession of alchemy is a resource-burning one, as each alchemist require many trial and errors before successfully refining a pill. When it came to material alchemy, each failure was the loss of hundreds or thousands of materials. Because of this, back then, alchemy was truly a noble profession that only a few people could partake one, that only the wealthy could become. Then, the Danyuan Emperor invented rune alchemy. This method lowered the number of resources required for alchemists. Because of this form of alchemy soon became mainstream in the world. And once he managed the alchemy ancestor proved the Tao and acquired the title, this form of alchemy became the orthodox one practiced by all the cultivators of the myriad emperor world. From historical records, Wang Wei knew that at that time, material alchemy was still a very powerful type of alchemy practiced by many people. The alchemy ancestor did not discriminate against it and even preached about learning from it and taking some of the advantages it had. Unfortunately, his descendants were not as open-minded as him. The other great emperors of the origin Pill Tao sect started a campaign to forever suppress it. They destroyed countless pills recipes, ruined the reputation of material alchemists, and erased some of their contributions to the world. Things got so bad that at some point, the only recipe for material alchemy left could only refine top-level profound pill that only divine altar realm cultivators could use. It was only after the sect did not produce a great emperor for so long that material alchemy got a chance to breathe and develop. However, without many people developing it, the highest level of pill that they could make now was top-level earth pills. While floating in the air, Wang Wei was thinking about the alchemy ancestor and rune alchemy. From the records he read, material alchemy is the mainstream of the majority if not all worlds in the endless void. Most alchemy system is a variation of this. Using runes for alchemy probably did not exist. In one of the books that he read, it was implied that the concept of rune alchemy was most likely invented by the alchemy ancestor and spread through other worlds' communities. Based on the little information that I've read about Danyuan Emperor, why do I feel that this guy was not ordinary? That he was more than he seemed on the surface, muttered Wang Wei as he watched the girl fly away. Personally, he also agreed with rune alchemy becoming the mainstream of the world. Based on the resources needed to cultivate an alchemy master, imagine if material alchemy was the mainstream of this world. After so many eras, how much resources would have been used and wasted? The number is simply astronomical. Not to mention that there would never have been as many alchemists throughout history without rune alchemy. Although, he still thought that the great emperors of the origin Pill Tao sect went too far on their suppression of this form of alchemy. Although these guys used the issue of resources as an excuse for their actions, Wang Wei could see that they were doing it for luck. With rune alchemy being invented by their ancestor, once it became mainstream, their sect would be blessed with abundant chi luck and ensure their survival for many eras to come. Without such abundant chi luck, their sect might not have cultivated so many great emperors. They might become as miserable as the sect created by the formation ancestor. After shaking his head, Wang Wei continued to fly to his destination. Chapter 324. After flying for a while, Wang Wei finally arrived at his destination. He walked in with great pride, heading straight to the counter and registered for his test. According to the rules of the Alchemy Association, each participant of the test has to pay a certain fee, no matter the success or failure of the test. Because of Lu Cheng's master and status, he can receive a discount for the fee. Unfortunately, it was not free, secretly complained Wang Wei. Although he was rich, Lu Cheng was not. So, with a pained expression, he paid the fee for the test. Meanwhile, during the entire process of registration, he had to ignore the weird look that some people gave him. He guessed their reasons for doing so. Lu Cheng was nothing but a low-level Tier 2 alchemist. But now, a little over 3 months after breaking through to the supernatural realm, he was applying to become a middle Tier 2 alchemist. Wang Wei ignored their chatter and lined up like everyone else. His eyes scanned the surroundings. Then an idea came to him. He secretly hypnotized one person and had the person approach him, have a short conversation with him before leaving. Then he waited for his turn. This wait lasted for a full 3 hours. Finally, Wang Wei along with 5 other people entered a large room. The first thing he noticed after entering the room was the 5 old men floating in the air while sitting cross-legged. They all had white long hair and beard, had tan skin, most likely because of always being around intense flames for alchemy. Additionally, a faint scent of medicine could also be detected from them. The 5 old men looked at all the participants, only briefly pausing on Wang Wei before ignoring him. The old man in the middle, who was referred to as Elder Fong Lai, said, "You should all be aware of the rules. You can refine any middle earth grade pill. To pass the test, you have to refine at least 3 pills with normal quality. You can have as many trials as you want during the allocating time. Now, show me your materials." All 6 of them took out the materials needed for the refinement. Then the 5 old men used their divine sense to check and ensure that nothing was wrong or any cheating did not occur. Finally, Elder Fong Lai waved his hand and 6 ordinary-looking cauldrons appeared in front of the participants. According to the association's rules, the test required the participants to use ordinary cauldron as a way to display their true skills. Wang Wei checked the cauldron in front of him. It was nothing but a low-level profound origin artifact that only body-refining realm cultivators would use. Since everyone was restricted to the same rule, he did not say anything. Countless runes starting appeared on his body as he immediately used his innate talent. With it, he instantly understood the perfect ratio needed to refine the pill he chose, the Fortune Enhancement Pill. The purpose of this pill is to increase the strength of a cultivator's good fortune flame, which will in turn increase the speed that they can temper their bodies in the divine body realm. This pill is quite popular amongst cultivators, and the difficulty to refine it is between middle to the upper levels. After Wang Wei used his innate talent, the 5 judges were not surprised as many alchemists have innate talent that helped them in pill concocting. In this group along, there was another person who was also using his innate talent. The only difference was that the person had already entered the divine body realm, so runes did not appear on his body. Wang Wei ignored everyone as he concentrated on his refinement. After using his talent to get the perfect ratio for his recipe, he did not stop there. Instead, he used his precision talent to find the precise or perfect way to remove impurities. After controlling the flame properly to do so, he melted the herbs into liquid, mixed them into one before condensing the mixture into pills. Finally, he engraved the necessary runes. After Wang Wei finished, he ended up with 3 normal pills and 2 superior ones. The judges checked the pills, nodded in satisfaction before giving him a badge with his newly updated status as a middle Tier 2 alchemist. The information regarding his status was updated in the main brain of the association that was located at the city right in front of the Origin Pill Dao sect. While leaving the testing pavilion, Wang Wei used his divine sense to refine the new badge, and also review the new benefits he will receive with his new status. For one, he will receive a few hundred sect points. Although not a lot, still better than nothing. However, the greatest advantage of that badge is the discount it can be used for. Whether it was buying herbs from the sect or directly from the association, whether he can send missions, he will receive a discount. And that's not all. Many places that are unrelated to alchemy will give discounts to professionals as long as they showed their badges. For example, when using teleportation array, renting flying demonic beasts, and even using the constructs that Wang Wei popularized. The badge can be used to get a discount. Finally, the badge contained a defensive formation inside that can protect the user based on their tier. With Wang Wei's badge, the formation can be used to protect him from a powerful attack from a peak Divine Body Realm cultivator. From what Wang Wei knows, the Tier 3 badge is actually very precious as it contained not only a defensive formation that can protect from Void-Shattering Realm cultivator but also can be used as a void-breaking talisman. That way, once the alchemist is in danger, they can run away. Even if the opponent blocks the void, they can still tear it open and run away. The badge is one of the reasons that many professionals are eager to join the associations, especially the loose cultivators. After all, the badge is equal to a second life for them. After leaving the pavilion, Wang Wei flew back to his cave. However, midway through, he received a communication talisman and changed his destination. Disciple has seen master, bowed Wang Wei. Little fifth, I've heard the news about your promotion. Congratulations, said Yi Lao. It seems that my master's power is not as bad as I imagined. Not even a few minutes after my test, he already received the news. However, from his body language and tone, he seems to wonder about my sudden increase in alchemic ability, thought Wang Wei, who placed a happy smile on his face as he said, Master, it's all thanks to innate talent. At first, it could only be used to find the perfect ratio of herbs to use for alchemy. Then, I thought to myself, why not try to use to find the precise way to remove impurities in the herbs? Then it worked. I could not believe it. Now, I have so many ideas. Maybe I can use it to find the perfect way to control flames and, more important, to engrave runes. If can succeed, I cannot imagine what I could achieve in the future. As Yi Lao watched his excited apprentice babbled on, his eyes lit up in surprise, albeit his face remained calm. If his disciple succeeds to develop his innate talent to this level, his alchemy talent would reach an unimaginable level. Yi Lao became excited after hearing this. This is one of the advantages of the origin system as a cultivation method. With the right innate talent, a mediocre person can quickly become extraordinary as long as they develop their talents in the right direction. Good, good, good. Yi Lao repeated his words 3 times. You did well, little Cheng. You did not disappoint your master. I have finally removed this guy's suspicions. Plus, from now on, I do not have to worry about showing too much talent. Wang Wei personally developed Lu Cheng's innate talent in that direction to display his talent and be more favored by his master, thus also increasing his chances at achieving his goals for coming here. Truth be told, he has even more ideas for the development of this talent. For example, in the future, he wants to develop this precision talent to apply to other things. For example, develop the perfect way to apply physical strength, the perfect way to control origin essence, the precise way to apply the soul. Finally, the precise way to control the law. Although Lu Cheng's abilities seem to be limited to only alchemy, for now, Wang Wei will try to develop in these directions. If he succeeds, he will not return that talent to Lu Cheng after giving him his body back. Even if he fails, he will try to develop a cultivation technique that has these effects using that talent as a springboard, just like Empress Wu did with her universal seal. After being praised by Yi Lao, Wang Wei displayed a happy face, followed by a little shy and embarrassed appearance. Then, a look of hesitation appeared on his face. Little Cheng, do you have something in your mind? Master, I've been wondering about the controlling flame art. Is there a problem? If there is something that you do not understand, I can explain it to you. No, it's not this. While I was waiting for my test, a disciple named Zhang Yu approached me. Based on my brief conversation with him, I could feel like he was interested in what cultivation method I cultivate. I don't know. I somehow feel like this technique has some secret. Yi Lao frowned after hearing this. According to the information he received, someone did approach Little Fifth. And that guy also belonged to Fu Kaiyan's faction. Has he already suspected something? With a calm look on his face, Yi Lao said, You do not have to worry about anything. As long as you cultivate it to the 6th stage and break through the primordial spirit stage, you will know everything. Master, I feel like, with the combination of my innate talent, I should be able to cultivate to the 6th stage really soon. The controlling flame art is a weird technique that not only showed how to control flame but can also be used as a cultivation method. As such, it is possible to cultivate it to a high level without reaching the realm, as long as you have enough talent. I understand that you're curious, said Yi Lao. But you have to understand, some secrets cannot be known without the appropriate strength. It seems that I have to find another way to quickly learn the secret of this technique. Wang Wei nodded his head, chatted with his cheap master for a while before returning to his cave. Sorry about the mistake. I even got the chapter title wrong using the S title. Chapter 325. After returning to his home, Wang Wei pondered on how to acquire the information about the secrets of the flame-controlling art. By now, he had a few theories and guesses about the origin and purpose of this technique. Unfortunately, he did not have enough evidence. Intuition told him that this cultivation technique might be related to his purpose in infiltrating this sect. So, after making a preliminary plan, he moved on to something else. Today, during the test, one of the participants caught his attention. To be precise, the pill he refined caught his attention. The guy refined a pill called Divine Organs Replacement Pill. In the human stage of the divine body realm, tempering the organs is one of the most difficult processes. Unlike the other body parts, once injured, it is very difficult to heal and could lead to permanent damage. If not tempered the appropriate amount, then once a cultivator break through the shattered void realm and their bodies are baptized by the law, then their organs will collapse, leading to instant death. This is where the Divine Organs Replacement Pill came into place. Once consumed, a cultivator can instantly grow a fake, divine organ capable of withstanding the power of law. Of course, using this pill meant that your foundation is not solid, and the void-shattering realm will be the end of the cultivation path. Furthermore, there is also a high chance of failure when doing this. Nevertheless, for many people with poor talent, this pill is a lifesaver for them. Before coming here, Wang Wei had heard about this pill but never saw one. This is because the recipe is exclusive only to the Origin Pill Dao sect. After watching that disciple refine that pill, he finally realized an important aspect of his infiltration that he had overlooked. His situation was the best possible time for him to steal many of the secret recipes that the Dao opening sect did not have and bring them back. In terms of alchemy or other professional heritage, the Dao opening sect has a complete heritage that goes all the way to the emperor tier. This is all because of the effort of the second great emperor of the Li family, Li Zheng, who took the name Miscellaneous Study Emperor. As his name suggested, this emperor was interested in studying many things during his life. He studied pill refinement, talisman making, weapon forging, formation, divination, yin-yang calculation, puppeteering, medicine nurturing, beast breeding, beast controlling, etc. He went as far as studying things like literature, poem, calligraphy, chess, military development, and many more. With his long lifespan and talent, he studies too many things. Although he proved the Tao with the 5 elements and created the 5 elements foundation scripture, he did not stop studying all kinds of miscellaneous things after becoming a great emperor. One of the reasons that the Tao opening sect has so many pill recipes, knowledge about runes that allowed them to cultivate professionals on their own, is because of him. The Miscleanoud Study Emperor single-handedly increased the foundation of the sect. Despite this, it did not change the fact that compared to sects that specialize in different professions, the sect was still lacking in many aspects. However, Wang Wei discovered that he had the perfect opportunity to close the gap with these specialized sects and further increase the foundation of his own sect. Well, at least when it comes to alchemy. After making this realization, he decided to learn as many recipes as possible while here. If necessary, he has to use his status as the disciple of the sect master to his advantage. So, with a complete plan for the future, he got back to his alchemy. He was also taking this time to study the other profession as well. In recent years, he has been slacking. Heavenly Abode Realm. Li Jun looked at the disciple in front of him. Is it done? Yes. After more than a year and countless resources, it's finally finished. In that case, it's time to begin. Because of the difference in time flow, although only 3 months passed in the Myriad Emperor world, a year and a half passed in this world. During this time, the gods have been searching for Li Jun's group non-stop. Well, at first they were. After searching for a few months and not discovering anything, the majority of these gods started to give up. To them, they were mighty and lofty divine beings. How could they waste their time doing something as lowly as searching? Unfortunately, this world was very hierarchical. Since the supreme gods had others to search, they could not openly disobey. So, the title gods started to do the bare minimum while ordering the void gods under them to search with their full strength. At first, the void gods did so, but after their search was proven futile, they also started to do the bare minimum while ordering the true gods under them to their best searching. In that way, things started to escalate as the upper gods ordered their subordinates to do their best while they slacked off. In the end, only the little divine shrine cultivators who were only slightly more powerful than mortals were forced to search with all their strength. As for the supreme gods, the majority also did not care. They thought that maybe the outsiders already left their world. When it came to the Destiny Goddess prophecy, they believed that she might have been wrong. If not for the fact that she brought up Mother God during the council meeting, not many people would have believed her anyway. Today was ordinary for the people of the heavenly abode world. Even the gods thought so as well. Many of them were doing their usual daily 30 minutes to hour investigation before returning to their heavenly abode. However, something out of their control occurred. In the death realm governed by the death god, countless circles with runes inside of them rose from the ground into the sky. There were thousands of them covering the entire realm. "Formation?" muttered the death god with an ugly look on his face. He immediately wanted to act, but it was too late. The formation activated and surrounded the entire death realm. Immediately, the gods felt a change between heaven and earth, especially the void gods and above. They could not get access to their heavenly abode, meaning that they could no longer use its power to increase their strength, heal themselves, or replenish their divine energy, and they cannot use the power of space. More importantly, they cannot even enter their heavenly abode as the formation blocked the space. The gods inside these abodes found themselves stuck and unable to leave. A dark energy wave suddenly appeared in the sky. Then a middle-aged man dressed in black clothes appeared in the sky. He was the death god. Because his heavenly abode is fused with him, he used his power of law to break the space restriction. Unfortunately, only he could leave. The good news was that he could still use the power of his abode. As the death god looked at his realm, he could see countless armies surrounding different strategic places, mostly areas in the Death Kingdom where the power of incense is most concentrated. Just like the Fire Realm, the most powerful force in the Death Realm is a kingdom created by the Death God and ruled by his descendants. Most supreme gods used this political structure as a way to rule their realms and make it easier for them to gather incense. With a single glance, he judged based on these armies' aura that they were elite and well-trained, and his gods were not matched for them. So he prepared to intervene. However, as soon as this idea came to his mind, a young handsome man wearing a golden red armor appeared in front of him. Upon first contact, the death god could feel a terrifying fighting intent from this young man, followed by a familiar breath. After pondering for a moment, he realized that this breath was similar to his. It was the breath of death. "You must be the outsider who invaded our world." "That's correct," replied Li Jun with a calm smile on his face as he looked up and down at his opponent. "You know, things do not have to be so complicated and bloody. As long as you gods agree to cooperate with us, we can leave this world after our goal is accomplished, and you can continue to rule as much as you want." "And what goal would that be?" "I decline to comment." "Hee," laughed the death god sarcastically. "Your words are not sincere. If you really wanted to cooperate, you should have contacted us and stated your terms and conditions." "You are partially correct about this. However, one of the fundamental truths of the universe is that only people of equal strength can negotiate with one another." The death god's face became ugly as he said with a slightly raised voice, "So, you guys want to kill the most powerful god to display your power, then advocate for communication and diplomacy?" Li Jun paused for a moment. "To be honest, we did not know that you were the most powerful god. We chose to attack you simply because your realm is the largest territory of all the supreme gods." This answer infuriated the death god. His opponent's meaning is obvious. To them, it did not matter how powerful the gods were. They could all be killed. Chapter 326. Li Jun internally shook his head as he watched the agitated death god. When searching for information about the death realm, of course, the group learned that it was the largest area, but also ruled by the most powerful god. Li Jun remembered when he was 5 or 6 years old and was going through his first enlightenment with children of similar age. In the first battle class he took, the teacher once asked what was the most important thing in a battle. The majority of children would say things like having powerful strength, being invincible, or having an invincible heart. His big brother Wang Wei answered that having the proper strategy before any battle. The teacher praised him but said that he was wrong. The teacher told him that the most important thing is the state of the mind. First, make sure that you are in a calm state of mind, then do whatever possible to disturb your opponent's state of mind. According to that teacher, any extreme emotion is detrimental to battle. As long as a person is not calm enough, they could not apply their full power. Even if a person can gain an increase in strength because of rage, it is only momentarily and would also make such an opponent have many flaws in his actions. In that class, that teacher boldly declared that no matter what cultivation a person is, even a great emperor, without a calm state of mind, they cannot fully display their strength. So, the teacher taught them how to use their words to agitate their opponent. Li Jun remembered how his big brother's lips twitched in disbelief and muttered softly, "So, we're learning on to trash talk?" Li Jun once asked him what trash talk was, but he refused to answer him. It was not until they began to cultivate and asked again that he learned. His brother then taught him a bunch of vulgar ways to insult an opponent to disrupt their state of mind. Li Jun was shocked and swore that unless he was truly in despair and on the verge of death, these words will never come out of his mouth. After all, his mother raised him properly. Li Jun ignored the angered death god. With a swing of his arm, a weapon rack with 18 different weapons appeared behind him. This was his proven Dao artifact. Li Jun took out a blue halberd before the rack disappeared. His aura skyrocketed as he locked on to the death god. "Are you ready? Today should be your last day in this world." The death god did not answer him but waved his hand. He mobilized the power of the law to create a gigantic black hand, descending on Li Jun. The sky became gloomy as the hand covered it. Countless souls screaming and wailing could be seen and heard from the hand. Boom! The hand hit Li Jun, causing a massive energy wave in the sky for hundreds of thousands of miles long. Luckily, the formation that surrounded the realm prevented the shockwave of this attack to hit the ground. The wind blew away the smoke in the position of Li Jun. All the people on the ground looked with bated breath. The gods had a sneer on their faces, while both Li Jun's Slaughter Dao Legion and Tai Gang's Undead Legion had a calm look on their faces. Once Li Jun's body was revealed, there was not even a scratch on him. His head was raised in the sky, seeming to look in a certain direction. "That's how it is," he muttered to himself. "How can you be perfectly fine?" asked the death god with slightly trembled hands. Although this was not his full strength, he still used more than 70%. Yet, his opponent was perfectly fine. Li Jun sneered after hearing this. After his defeat at the hands of Fang Lijuan, although he benefited from Wang Wei's words and entered enlightenment, he was still a little lost. He wanted to drastically increase his strength in a short time, so he wanted to find the war talisman from the talisman ancestor. However, Wang Wei told him instead of relying on something so uncertain, it's better if he trained more. So Wang Wei trained him. He turned Li Jun into a proper body refiner. Unfortunately, Li Jun did not have the talent to cultivate the ancient desolate body refinement scripture. To cultivate this scripture, specific talent is required. The talent to find the Tao rhyme or essence of heavenly materials and treasures. Wang Wei's grandfather, despite his cultivation talent, did not have this specific talent. As for his father, he did not want to cultivate this scripture. His path was that of a pure swordsman. And swordsmen do not need powerful bodies. They pursued the extreme of attacks. To a swordsman, the best defense is the ultimate offense. If the swords in their hands cannot kill their opponent, They do not need to have a strong body to survive. To them, this was a shame. Wang Wei does not believe in such extreme ideologies, so he's not a swordsman. Although Li Jun did not have the talent to cultivate the scripture, Wang Wei made cultivate the Overlord Fist. After beating him an inch to his life many times, his fleshly body became stronger. On top of that, Wang Wei created a technique specifically for him called treasure body tempering, since other body tempering method did not suit him. This technique was inspired by the desolate scripture. Instead of absorbing the Tao rhyme or essence of a material, Wang Wei created a way to absorb the material itself inside the body. By treating the body as an artifact and refining it with heavenly ores and materials. This technique does not lose to the Overlord Fist or even the ancient desolate body refining scripture in terms of potential. It's all based on how far Li Jun can develop it. The only downside is that too many artifacts are required to temper each part of the body. Luckily, Li Jun is also considered a rich second generation. And this was not the end. Wang Wei also sealed a diluted divine punishment thunder in his body to always temper his body. Ignoring the death god, a spear appeared in his hand while the halberd floated in the air next to him. He held it over his shoulder like a javelin, before using his all-strength to throw it. Boom! 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 5 sonic booms occurred in the air as rings of clouds appeared in the spear's path. Then, it turned into a red light before rushing straight into the sky. All the people in the death realm, from the lowest of mortals to all the gods, could hear the sound of the spear breaking the sound barrier. As they watched that red light dispersed the clouds, dispersing the heavens itself, only awe was left in their hearts. Meanwhile, the death god's complexion paled as he guessed the target of the spear. It was his heavenly abode. Once something happens to his abode, his strength would fall dramatically. So, no matter what, the death god has to stop the spear. He wanted to instantly teleport in front of the spear. Unfortunately, the formation laid by Li Jun and the others reinforced the space of the death realm. As such, it became impossible for the lower gods to teleport, while very difficult for the death god. Once he realized that his flying speed was faster than his teleportation, he turned into a black shadow as he rushed to the spear. Without any hesitation, the death god burned his divine power to increase his speed. Despite the spear's head start, he still managed to catch with it after a few seconds. Standing in front of it, the death god held the spear with both hands trying to catch it. It's unfortunate that the force behind the throw was beyond his capability, so he could not stop it. So, the spear continued towards his destination as it pushed the death god upward. Having no other choice, he decided to try another tactic. A black aura came from his body trying to corrode the spear using the power of his death law. This tactic was soon proven futile as nothing happened. A red aura appeared on the spear to block his attempt. Truth be told, even without that aura, the chances of the death destroying it are slim. The spear is a peak heaven grade 1, meaning that it was equivalent to the void-shattering realm cultivator who controls the power of law. With Li Jun's resources, it should be easy to have a supreme tier artifact. However, proven Tao artifacts are different from ordinary ones. It does not rely that much on materials. For a proven Tao artifact to grow in grades, it has to be constantly nourished by the owner's origin essence, spiritual power, and general strength. After seeing that his attempt was not working, the death god frowned. He was constantly being dragged towards his heavenly abode by the spear, and he could not stop it. He knew that the majority of his strength came from the abode, and if something happened to it, he would lose the ability to control the law. So, the spear must be stopped no matter what. Chapter 327. Since using pure strength could not stop the spear, the death god decided to use tactics. So, while holding the spear in one hand and being dragged, he took out a scepter with the other hand. He concentrated all his power and hit the spear again, this time not trying to stop it, but changing its direction. Then, the death god moved away from its path. The spear flew to the sky at maximum speed until it hit the shield that surrounded the death realm. It did not penetrate it, only slightly shook it. This small reaction did not matter for the people inside, But this was important news for the ones outside. Outside of the death realm, the 35 supreme gods floated in the void as they looked at the shield that suddenly appeared and separated the death realm from the rest of the world. They finally realized that the outsiders have started to act against them. And what shocked them was that their first move was so large in scale. Previously, when they faced invasions from other worlds, of them were as powerful or efficient as this one. As such, the majority of them became flustered and did not know what to do. They began to argue between them about their next course of action. Luckily, the Destiny Goddess and the Life Goddess stood up and took charge. They asked the remaining people to use all their strength to try to break the shield and see what was happening inside. Unfortunately, no matter what method they used, the shield remained unaffected. But they did not stop their assault. Meanwhile, the Death God became more furious after Li Jun's attack. In his infinite life, he had never suffered such humiliation. He looked at his opponent furiously, before flying away to his heavenly abode. Under his control, the abode turned into a small star and was absorbed by the Death God. Instantly, a powerful aura emanating from his body covered the entire death realm. The aura was powerful, deadly, making the souls of all living things tremble and worship him. Fortunately, the Slaughter Legion and Undying Legions had a vast amount of slaughter chi in their bodies from their intense training. As soon as that aura wanted to invade their minds, a red aura suddenly enveloped these legions and protected them. As for people like Wang Ju, Tai Gang, and Yen Liling, they could not care less about such tactic of intimidation. Li Jun raised his head to look at the Death God as he muttered to himself. His strength increased from the beginning of the Shattered Void Realm to the peak. He can even be considered a half-saint. The fighting intent in his eyes increased. Although he was only in the Divine Body Realm, his strength was equal to people in the Saint Realm after being trained by Wang Wei. He could kill ordinary saint, fight equally to genius saint, run away from heaven-chosen saint. Only heaven-defying saints like Sect Master Wang Tian could instantly kill him. Of course, this classification only applied to people who just entered the Saint Realm. So, the Death God's current strength could only slightly raise his fighting spirit. He rushed towards his opponent with the halberd in his hands. With his armor, he looked like a god of war going through war. He swung it down with tremendous force. The Death God was momentarily caught off guard by Li Jun's speed and reaction, so he could only instinctively raise his scepter and block. A powerful force came from the clash, forcing him to fly away a dozen kilometers before he managed to control himself. Once again, the Death God felt humiliated. As a god, he was forced into this situation. He raised his hand and said out loud, "Death Judgment." A huge book suddenly appeared in the sky, gleaming with the power of law. It locked on Li Jun and began to scan his body and soul with some weird method. Finally, characters that composed of his name were slowly being written in the book, and Li Jun could feel that his lifespan was slowly dissipating. He could feel that once his name is completely written, he would die. He controlled his origin essence to turn into death chi to surround his body. Then he cut off the connection of this book to himself. Regrettably, his actions were partly successful. He did not completely cut off the connection, but drastically decreased the rate at which his lifespan is decreasing. According to his calculation, he probably will lose 5 years of lifespan after 24 hours. To him, this was plenty of time to end this battle. Li Jun looked at the Death God, who had an ugly look on his face, and swung his halberd once again. This time, he did not use direct confrontation of brute strength, instead used an origin ability. A gigantic halberd of similar size to the book materialized, before rushing towards it. Its whole purpose was to destroy the book. As the Death God did not want this to happen, he immediately took action. A colossal arm came out of his body to block the spear. The arm was devoid of any skin and flesh. It only had red bones. The sky trembled because of the confrontation of these two. Powerful and large-scale shockwaves spread like wildfire in all directions. To the mortals of this world who rarely interact or witness the power of gods unless, through stories, this was the definition of a divine battle. The Redbone arm could only momentarily stop the spear. However, this was all it needed. Soon after that, another weird scene occurred. The other parts of this bone hand rapidly came out of the death god's body. Then, a massive red bone giant with a beating heart under his ribs showed up. With 2 hands, he held the halberd that was descending towards the book. Taking this opportunity, the death god blessed the judgment book with his law power and increased its strength. Li Jun felt the rate at which his lifespan is decreasing rapidly accelerated. He frowned before saying, "I originally wanted to play with you a little to learn how strong the supreme gods are and how they fight. Now, I do not want to anymore." After hearing that the supreme gods could use the power of law, Li Jun and the group knew that this world was not simple and wanted to gather more information. So, their plan was to use this fight to learn about the gods. And in this brief battle, Li Jun already learned something important. To be exact, he confirmed a theory that he had. These gods do not control the law, they can borrow its power. This is the reason that even though the death god controls such a power law as death, yet he was still so weak. It's not just because their god civilization has been isolated for so long, making them underdeveloped. Middle Thousand World cannot give birth to cultivators that control the law. However, the gods of these worlds use the unique state of this world along with their unique cultivation system to borrow the law and use it. Li Jun wondered who came out with this cultivation system. Although it had many flaws and restrictions, it is still an ingenious one. He did not believe for a second that the aboriginal people of this world created it. Maybe he was being arrogant and condescending, but he still believed in his judgment. A slaughter will suddenly appeared on Li Jun's body, and he swung his halberd once again. A red slash that was quicker than the speed of sound rushed towards the death god, who instantly felt that death was approaching him. A black armor suddenly appeared on the death god's body, covering every single inch of it. Once the slash hit it, he was only pushed a few steps back, with only a slash mark on the armor. "Armor law?" said Li Jun in surprise. "This is a secret technique that is controlled by most holy land and above in the myriad emperor world. It allowed a void-shattering realm cultivator to condense his power of law into armor as a life-saving method. In any dangerous situation, a void-shattering realm cultivator with this secret technique is most likely to survive than ordinary ones. This technique is strictly controlled to ensure that disciples of these high-level sects have an advantage over lower-level sects that do not have a deep background or foundation, and loose cultivators. According to regulation accepted by all cultivators, for a sect to proclaim itself as a holy land, not only does it need to have a certain number of Saint Realm cultivators, it also needs to have an armor law secret technique along with a few other conditions. This is the reason that Li Jun was a little surprised after seeing the death god use this technique. He wondered where he got it from. Li Jun's eyes lit up as he realized that the secrets of this world are deeper than he imagined. Chapter 328. As Li Jun watched the armor around the death god, although he was a little surprised, in general, things did not change much. With the armor law, a void shattering would be immune to most non-law related attacks. So, even if thousands of primordial spirit attacked them at the same time, it would not cause them any damage. Nevertheless, there is still a limit. As long as an attack reached a certain level, it can still be broken. So, he decided to use an attack from his newly created Slaughter Dao code from being enlightening by the 3,000 Dao orbs. A river of blood that covered the entire sky appeared behind Li Jun. He looked like the sovereign of blood, like a mighty god of war that has only left trails of blood and destruction behind him. Li Jun raised his halberd to control the blood sea but suddenly stopped. In his mind, he could hear the sound of breaking followed by a cry of intense pain. It finally dawned on him that this world was only a middle thousand world and could not withstand a certain threshold of power. His current attack has passed that threshold. Truth be told, his short battle with the death god reached the power of void-shattering realm, which should be higher than the threshold of this world. However, since Heavenly Abode World is a special one, it was not that affected. However, the attack that Li Jun was about to use to break the death god's law armor was too powerful. After making this discovery, Li Jun dispersed his attack, an act which bewildered the death god. He thought that something might have happened to his opponent. Maybe the tide of this war will sway to my advantage, thought the death god. Unfortunately, his thought was very wrong. Li Jun took out a jade talisman to communicate with someone. A few seconds later, the formation in the sky shone brightly, then a look of horror happened on the death god's face. His armor slowly dissipated. "What have you done to Mother God?" he roared out loud. "Why can't I feel my connection with her?" Death God tried to mobilize his power of law, but nothing happened. He had lost his power as a supreme god. "Mother God? Is that what you people called the heavenly Tao of this world?" asked Li Jun, quite fitting, I guess. "Answer my question." "We have long speculated that the power of law of your supreme gods came from heavenly Tao. As long as the connection between the two of you is broken, all of you should lose that power." The death god immediately became flustered after hearing this. All the gods revered heavenly Tao and considered her as their creator, their mother, hence the name. They believed that although she rarely intervened in the world, her power was supreme and almighty. But now, these outsiders have proven to have the ability to interfere with her, and even cut off the blessing that she gave them. Li Jun could read his change of emotions with a single glance. Internally, he shook his head. This is the difference between a powerful world and a small one. The way they see and understand the world is completely different. This manifests in the form of advanced civilization. The gods of this world never fathomed that someone could affect heavenly Tao. However, to Li Jun from a powerful world, completely enslaving the heavenly Tao of a middle thousand world is a very common thing. After shaking his head, Li Jun took out a sealing artifact that looked like a bead, preparing to seal the death god. Right now, the latter's strength has decreased from a half-saint to the primordial spirit realm. An accident then occurred. The death god, who was flustered and anxious, suddenly started to burn his soul and the majority of the incense inside his heavenly abode. Li Jun flicked his finger to throw the bead at an incredible speed. Once it arrived in front of the death god, the latter was instantly swallowed by it. However, Li Jun could feel that he was a step too late. As he held the bead in his hand, he could see the body of the death god inside, seeming to be in a forced sleep. After sighing, he used a teleport spell to arrive on top of the Death Kingdom capital. Although in the Myriad Emperor world, cultivators in the Void-Shattered realm can break the void to teleport, a few Emperor lineages have developed space spells. However, a requirement of origin essence is required before learning or using the spell. Otherwise, the user will instantly be drained of his energy. "Did something happen?" asked Yen Liling after seeing Li Jun's arrival. "Yes. The death god used some kind of secret method to bypass the formation and send some information outside. Would that affect our plans?" "Most likely," replied Li Jun nonchalantly. Nevertheless, he did some that worried. He then handed the bead to Wang Ju. "See if you can search his soul to gather any information." "Where are you going?" she asked back after taking it. "I just received news that the supreme gods are constantly attacking the formation. So, I'm going to control the formation to prevent any accident, and also reduce the resources to maintain the formation." Everyone nodded their heads to him, before focusing on their own tasks. Still, before disappearing, Li Jun still said, "Don't forget your reports." Before coming to this world, Wang Wei tasked them to write a report on the things to be aware of during interplanar war between different worlds. He wanted to be prepared for the future by preparing some sort of standard or guideline that can be applied to many worlds. Of course, this guideline will be a general one. The majority of worlds are different, so different approaches have to be taken. Nevertheless, there should be some similarities that can be used. While Li Jun was gone, Tai Gang took control of his Undying Legion, while Yen Liling controlled the Slaughter Legion. Tai Gang looked at the capital underneath his feet and said, "To all the gods, surrender now or suffer the consequences." His voice echoed not only in the capital but all the cities under the Death Kingdom. The king, along with many aristocrat families who were granted cultivation techniques, looked at the sky with great horror. They watched as their supreme leader, the Death God, the most powerful of the supreme gods, was easily defeated and sealed away. So, they became scared, wondering what they should do. The king quickly gathered a few people to discuss their next step of action. After a brief discussion, Someone was sent as a representative to talk to Tiergang. As for the mortals, they only wondered why the gods were fighting amongst each other. They could not differentiate between gods and cultivators. All people with extraordinary abilities were labeled as gods to them. Tiergang looked at the demigod flying to see him. Without even giving her a chance to open her mouth, he said, "You are not qualified to discuss any terms or agreement with me. Have your king come or be annihilated." The demigod almost choked after hearing this. Her breathing instantly became rapid. She wanted to become angry out of shame. However, after feeling the intense killing intent coming from Tiergang's body, she decided to return and relay his words. Tiergang did not do this because he wanted to be a jerk or show up the fact that he was from a powerful world. After all, the world he's from is even weaker than this one. The reason he did that was a form of a power play to display their superiority in the current situation. This would in turn allow him to have a better advantage in negotiation. Although military-wise, their group can totally annihilate these gods, however, doing so is not in their best interest. Their complete and absolute surrender is in their best interest. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing a crown flew in front of Tiergang. He had the aura of a true god, which was equivalent to the supernatural realm. Tiergang looked at him up and down before directly saying, "I will be direct. If you surrender and agree to worship our god instead, all of you can keep your strength, abilities, and titles as gods. If not, prepare to be annihilated." The Death King's eyes lit up after hearing this. What he feared the most was that those people will either kill them or strip them of their powers. But now, it seemed that all they wanted was for them to change their faith. "We will immediately surrender," replied the Death King. He did not care that he was the descendant of the Death God. After all, he could not even remember which generation of descendants he was. That's how long the Death God has lived. "Can you represent the other gods in the capital?" "Yes," replied the king. "However, there are a few that are considered fanatic believers. They will never abandon their faith in the Death God. Then they will perish." Chapter 329. Fanatic believers are the greatest assets of most gods. Because of their strong belief, they provide the gods with the greatest number of incense. In return, they are the first people to be chosen to be given cultivation techniques to become gods themselves. The stronger their souls, the greater the number of incense they can provide. After hearing the Death King words, Tiergang looked at the capital. His eyes suddenly had weird runes on them as he observed the people. He saw that the majority of people had a thin gold layer on top of their heads. The intensity of the gold layer varied from person to person, and even the gods had them on top of their head. That's because that was the intensity of their faith. Tiergang was using a secret technique called Qi watching technique. Between heaven and earth, all things have their own Qi or breath. By observing this Qi, you can peep into their essence, their secrets. This kind of technique is usually used to look at Qi luck, whether it's the individual, the luck of a fortune dynasty, or a sect. It used to see the unseen, to know the unknown. Since Wang Wei's eyes had the natural ability to see these things because of his paragon soul, he did not have to learn this kind of technique. After checking out the belief of all the people in the capital, Tiergang paid attention to a few of them. All of them had a bright and pure golden light on top of their head, signaling that their faith in the death gods was unparalleled. Tiergang flicked his hand, sending myriad lights from his body. Each light hit one of the fanatic believers below the true god level, placing a mark on them. Finally, he ordered some of his men to go capture these people with the mark. He then ordered the gods who surrendered to come to stand next to him. Since he did not trust the majority of them, he instantly locked all of them in case they decided to go back on their words. As for the people who refused to surrender, Tiergang no longer persuaded them. He ordered his army to slaughter anyone who prevented them from occupying the capital. With the power of the Undying Legion, anyone who stood in their ways was killed. And it was not even close to a fair fight. The gods were slaughtered and their golden blood flowed like rivers. Their bodies were then collected for further study. Conquering the capital along with the following cities was quite easy. a fact which greatly annoyed Taigang as his immortal army did not have a chance to truly display their undying ability with his innate talent. Luckily for him, this battle was not close to being over. The majority of gods were stuck in their heavenly abode and could not leave. So were there legions of gods. So, after rapidly settling all the territories of the Death Realm, Taigang began his crusade in these abodes. His first victim was a tidal god who went by Corrosion God. As soon as he invaded the heavenly abode, Taigang saw a large army made of demigods and below waiting for him. This made him very happy. So, he ordered his legion to begin attacking. Then, the nightmare of the Corrosion God began. It did not take long before he discovered that the soldiers in this army were immortal. It did not matter whether they were stabbed through their hearts or head, whether their blood was drained, or their skin corroded by acids. They will heal instantly. On one occasion, he saw one soldier had his head cut off. However, the person next to him hurriedly took his head and reattached it. After seeing this, he became scared and decided to run away. Unfortunately for him, he was killed by Taigang with one punch. After conquering this heavenly abode, he rushed to the next one. The majority of them surrendered after Taigang showed them the fate of the Corrosion God along with his followers. And some of them decided to try to run away from the Death Realm, others fought back. One particular title god called Slaughter God discovered the flaw of the Undying Army. So, he ordered his men to instantly kill the soldiers of the Undying Army, preventing them from sharing life force to heal themselves. In the end, although they won the war, there were still some casualties. After this event, Taigang no longer wanted to play around. So, every time he attacked a heavenly abode, he used radical means. His first step of action has always been to blow up the abode, thus weakening the power of the void gods and title gods. After that, he captured the one that surrounded while killing the ones that resisted. While Taigang was rapidly conquering the Death Realm, outside of it, all the supreme gods did not stop attacking the shield created by the formation. However, they suddenly stopped as they felt that some reaction coming from the formation. An illusory figure appeared in front of them. It was Li Jun. All of them watched the young man in front of him with wariness while remaining silent. Finally, the Destiny Goddess asked, "Are you the leader of the outsiders?" "Yes, and you can call me Li Jun," he replied with a smile. He then looked at all of the supreme gods. The majority of them looked like humans, but a few had animals' features with humanoid forms similar to the devil race. "Why have you invaded our world?" she asked with a stern voice. "Of course, it's to gather incenses," replied Li Jun as he analyzed these people based on their facial expressions. "I can honestly tell all of you that we have no intention of occupying your world for a long period of time. After we accomplish our goal, we will leave. After all, we are from a more powerful world. There is no need to stay in this small world that is basically a cage." Li Jun secretly observed that some people's body language changed after he said the word cage. A few seconds later, the Thunder God asked, "What is the world you are from? How powerful is it?" Li Jun gave a knowing smile after hearing this question before continuing explaining. In the endless void, there are myriad of worlds and they are divided into 4 grade. Mortal world. This is the lowest of worlds. The spiritual chi between heaven and earth is gone, making it impossible to cultivate or for any extraordinary individuals to be born. Then there is small thousand world. The highest level of cultivation is tier 3 or what you call demigods. Followed by middle thousand world. Your current world is this level. The highest level possible is tier 6 or title god. The third level is called greater thousand world, which can give birth to tier 9 individuals. Finally, there is the world that we came from referred to as Heaven Will World. These worlds can give birth to beings known as Great Emperors. As soon as Li Jun said the word Great Emperor, a message entered the mind of these supreme gods. Great Emperor, an existence that has transcended the shackles of life and death, standing above myriad races and worlds. The faces of many of these gods became unsightly after understanding the implications behind these words. "What you said does not make sense," hurriedly said the Destiny Gods. "According to you, our world could only give birth to title gods. What about us supreme gods? She was correct, thought many of the gods. However, Li Jun responded calmly. You should be aware that your world is special. Because of this special nature, you supreme gods have the power of Tier 7. This is most likely because of whoever created that crystal wall and your cultivation system. Many of them suddenly remembered a legend of their worlds. A legend about a supreme being from beyond the stars that came to this world long ago. He was credited as the first god that ever existed, and rumors have it that he or she was the one who created the crystal wall to protect this world. Older gods like the Destiny Goddess and Life Goddess knew more about this legend than the majority of these other supreme gods, but they tried to control their expression to remain as calm as possible. Li Jun smiled as he continued. There is no need for any contradiction between us, as we will not stay for long. As long as any of you cooperate with us, I can promise to take you outside with us to experience the broader world. If that does not appeal to you, I can even leave our cultivation system to you, so that you are no longer restricted by your believers and the power of incense. Chapter 330. Li Jun could see the longing in some of the gods' faces, so he continued his act, luring the enemy in. I'm sure some of you would like to become more powerful, to become a god above God, to have millions of races sing you praises and chant songs that glorify your name. More importantly, you can achieve immortality. Even as supreme gods, you will one day die of old age. That sound like words one would use to tempt children, said the fire god. There is no way you can give us such strength. You are correct, replied Li Jun calmly. However, although I cannot give you such strength, I can give you the opportunity to achieve it. After all, being stuck in this world, you guys do not even have this opportunity. The supreme gods became silent after hearing this. Many were tempted, while others sneered at Li Jun's words. However, the latter did not care. As long as a few were tempted, it was more than enough to create divisions amongst these people. That's all he cared about. His plan was an open plot, and many of these gods knew about it. Since your world is so powerful, why do you need to come to ours? Asked one of them. That's because the sacred son of our sect needs to us this world for a purpose, replied Li Jun. Then he sighed heavily while muttering very softly. If my big brother was here, there would be no need to go to all that trouble to conquer your world. He could have just slaughtered all of them in an instant, then this world would be easily conquered. Although Li Jun muttered these words so soft that no mortal could hear them, all the people present were supreme gods equivalent to a void-shattering realm cultivator. How could they not hear his words? What's more, Li Jun said these words with so much conviction that it was easy to influence others to believe his words. Of course, he was not lying. With Wang Wei's current strength, it was not difficult to conquer a Middle Thousand world. Truth be told, with Li Jun's current Saint Realm strength, he too could easily conquer this world. However, he was warned before coming to take things slowly, as this world was not as simple as it looked. Divination was made that using extreme measures for this world with his strength could lead to unexpected disasters. So, he decided to take things slowly and planned out all his actions. Li Jun then looked at the gods as if he did not say anything so provocative, then said, Well, I have already extended my invitation to all of you. If you want to contact us and make a deal, use these. He waved his hand to send a jade talisman to each of these supreme gods. Then he prepared to leave. Wait, what happened to the death god? Asked the life goddess. He's dead, replied Li Jun before disappearing. The supreme gods looked at one another for a moment. Then all of them took the talisman before leaving and returning to their realm. Only 4 of them remained: the Destiny Goddess, the Life Goddess, the Destruction God, and the God of Order. They started using their divine soul to communicate with one another. I just received some news from the Death God. The Outsiders has a way to influence Mother God, said the Life Goddess. The situation is slowly getting out of control, added the Destiny Goddess. I think we should activate the Guardian Protocol as soon as possible to deal with the current situation. Don't say such stupid thing, replied the Destruction God. Unless our world is on the verge of destruction, we cannot activate it. Do we have to wait until things get worse to act? She replied back. After today's event, the Destiny Goddess had a feeling that the next person to suffer a catastrophe after the Death God would be her. She believed in her intuition. "The Destruction God is right," replied the Life Goddess. "Plus, without the Death God, we cannot activate the Guardian Protocol. We are still missing one person. Since the Death God is most likely dead or captured, we should immediately choose another person to undergo the ceremony and inherit the Death God's responsibility. That way, when we want to activate the protocol, it can be done quickly without any problem," suggested the Destiny Goddess. The other three pondered for a moment. Then the Life Goddess said, "Your suggestion is a good one. However, there is still a problem. Who can we trust? You have seen the temptation that the outsiders use to lure many of us on their side. If we want to choose someone to inherit the Death God's duty, it has to be someone trustworthy. If it was the past, there were a few people that they could choose. But now, after Li Jun's temptation, no one could be trusted. Maybe even amongst the four of them, someone might already have other thoughts." The Destiny Goddess gave a slight glance at the Order God. This Supreme God has always been a mystery, even compared to her. No one knows his thoughts, ideologies, or beliefs. For the majority of the time, he stayed in his realm. When interacting with other gods, he always remained quiet, agreeing with any decision that the gods made without an opinion of his own. If it was not the fact that each of the five of them who had the power to activate the Guardian Protocol was under heavy oath and restriction, she would be more suspicious of him. "How about we choose a god that we all think is trustworthy? Then take them to take the oath and restriction in secret, without even telling them what they were doing it for. That way, they could not betray us and inform the outsiders," suggested the Destiny Goddess. "That could work. As long as they take the oath and have the restriction placed in their souls, they could not betray us even if they wanted to," replied the Destruction God. "The only thing we have to worry about is them leaking the news in advance and having the ceremony interrupted. However, if the chosen God is not even aware of what they were going to do, this problem would be solved. That is only if the outsiders do not have the ability to remove the restriction in our soul," added the Life Gods. Her word immediately made the remaining people quiet. Finally, the Order God said his first words since this exchange began. "You have to believe in the power of the God King." "Indeed," replied the others. Then, they started to discuss who was more trustworthy amongst the other supreme gods. Although they made up a plan, it was best to still choose someone that was relatively trustworthy and had a sense of belonging to the heavenly abode world. Meanwhile, after Li Jun returned to the Death Realm, he muttered softly, "It seems that I cannot underestimate these supreme gods. Many of them obviously already knew knowledge about other worlds but pretended to be stupid to gather information from me." Despite knowing this, Li Jun did not care. His objective was to stop these gods from banding together to break the formation. Although it was a powerful heaven-grade formation, it still had a limit. If these gods constantly attacked this formation for a long time, it would consume a lot of resources before breaking. Now, not only did he accomplish his goal, he still managed to investigate infighting between the supreme gods based on their desires and might even draw a few of them to his side. 3 days quickly passed by and the entire Death Realm was conquered. The formation that surrounded was not just a protective one but made of countless different formations that served different purposes. One of which was mass teleportation. With it, Li Jun and Tai Gang can teleport their troops anywhere in the realm, thus greatly increasing the mobility of their troops. Once the realm was conquered, Li Jun ordered his men to tear down all the gods' temples along with their statues. To replace them, new temples were built with Wang Wei as the main god. They spread his name as the god of fate that rules controlled the fate of all living beings in existence, the one who weaves the threads of destiny, determining their fate the moment that they are born. In his temple, the river of destiny is used as his symbol, always portrayed under his feet. Then, the soldiers started to spread this belief throughout the realm, encouraging mortals and gods alike to offer their faith/incense to him. However, the process still encountered some resistance. Oddly, it was not from the gods as they were used to offering their allegiances to more powerful gods. The resistance came from mortals. The change of faith affected them the most since their livelihood was affected. For example, the people who worshipped the goddess of harvest used her blessing to increase the yield of their fields. With this blessing, they have enough food to feed their family. The people who worshipped the life goddess can cure their diseases. The god of earth prevents them from suffering from disasters like earthquakes. The good of wood can help them build houses and shelters. To tackle this situation, Li Jun and the others began to create social reform in the name of the god of fate. Only then did the problem slowly alleviate. Inside the royal palace, Li Jun and his group were having a discussion when Wang Ju walked in. "There is an unexpected problem," she said. Chapter 331. Everyone turned their heads to look at Wang Ju with the same questioning look. Their faces were basically saying, "What do you mean that there was a problem? Everything was fine a few days ago." With a calm look on her face, Wang Ju said, "The incense we have gathered has dispersed? What do you mean by this?" "Let me show you," she replied before flying away with the group following her. Not long afterward, the group arrived at the largest temple in the capital. Inside the main room, countless gods knelt in front of a statue of Wang Wei praying to him. Using the Qi watching technique, the group could feel faint golden energy on top of these gods' heads. Although their faith was not pure enough because they were not true believers, however, due to their powerful souls, the incense energy that they provided was still quite large. Li Jun's group then watched as the golden incense came from these gods' souls and entered the statue, which was an artifact refined to contain the power of incense. Unfortunately, after entering inside, the incense energy was slowly dissipating. The group slowly watched this happening. Then Li Jun asked, "What's going? Could something have been wrong with the refinement process of the statue?" "Unlikely," replied Wang Ju. "After noticing this problem, I have already contacted my men scat all over the realm. The problem is prevalent everywhere." "Did you not find anything from the death god's memory?" asked Yen Liling. "His soul is after all equal to a void-shattering realm, so it will take me some time to properly search it," replied Wang Ju. While everyone was frowning, Tai Gang waved his hand to capture a title god. "Do you know what's going on with the incense?" "Yes, sir, I do not know anything," replied the disease god. However, Tai Gang could feel that this guy's eyes were suspicious and contained some guilt. "There are many people here that should know the answer to my question," said Tai Gang with a cold look. "If you are not one of these people, you have no value in living. Better yet, I should probably directly search your soul." The disease's god then immediately said, "It's because of the destiny goddess." "What do you mean?" asked Li Jun, who already had a guess. "She controlled the divinity of fate and destiny. As long as she is alive, all the faith regarding this divinity will belong to her. No one can break this rule." The group frowned as they knew that what these gods called divinity was what their cultivators called law. From this person's words, they knew that the fundamental rules that govern this world did not allow one person to share the same law. Since the destiny goddess has already controlled the power of destiny/fate, they could not do the same. "What do we do now?" asked Yen Liling. "Could we use death law to gather incense?" "After all, death is also a part of fate," commented Tai Gang. Everybody then looked at him. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "Since when did you become so wise?" "I resent your insinuations," he said. "Young Master Wang Wei once said to me that the final destination, the final fate of all mortal is death. So, I remember his words." Everyone nodded their heads. These words were true as they did not only apply to mortals. In the cultivation world, technically speaking, all cultivators under the Emperor realm is considered mortal and will one day die. Although Tai Gang's idea was good, Li Jun still shook his head. "Fate has to be the main law we use to gather incense. Everything else has to be secondary." All of them knew that Wang Wei needed the power of incense to break through the primordial spirit realm. If the incense fits best with his Tao, there will be fewer complications and the success rate will also increase. "Then what should we do?" "Let's just see if there is another way from the death god's memory," replied Li Jun in the meantime. We will ask the formation masters to create a formation that could retain the incense in some way or form. And if that does not work, we have to kill or capture the destiny goddess at all cost. 2 weeks quickly passed by. A new formation was installed to solve the current problem, and the results were more than mediocre. The formation was able to gather some incense, however, the amount was pathetically small. How is it? Did you find another way from the death god's soul? Asked Li Jun. No. Although I have found a few secrets of this world, there was nothing that could help with the situation. It's unfortunate. In that case, let's prepare to kill the destiny goddess. I will report to Big Brother. After that, he teleported inside his space room, which contained a small world. In one of the rooms, Li Jun came in front of a massive formation with so many runes that it made him dizzy just by looking at it. He injected a token with his origin essence to activate the formation. More than an hour later, the face of a young and handsome man with gray hair and eyes appeared in front of Li Jun. He could see from the background that that person was also in a small world inside a space ring. Big Brother. Little Jun, how are things going? Did you add another member to your harem? Asked Wang Wei with a cunning smile. Since Yan Liling has not killed me yet, the answer is no, replied Li Jun a little speechless. He had long given up his womanizing way. Plus, just because I call you Big Brother, do not forget that I'm still older than you. Respect your elders. Wang Wei laughed out loud after hearing this. Then the two chatted about their lives before going into business. Li Luan explained the current situation and Wang Wei listened attentively. You and the others did well, nodded Wang Wei. As for your current situation, it's best to be careful and use fate law as the main gathering of incense. However, you can still gather a small amount of death incense along with other ones. When I arrive, I can find a way to fuse them. All right, how are things going on your side? Boring and peaceful. All I do every day is refine pill and cultivate. That sounds like a haven for Liling. Don't forget to borrow some pill recipe for her. Wang Wei was once again speechless, wondering when this guy became as shameless as him. Then, they chatted briefly as the transplanar communication formation burned too much money. Especially after Li Jun discovered that it would cost even more because of this world's crystal wall. After ending the communication, Li Jun went to deal with the death god and the information gathered from his soul, while Wang Wei began to scheme. Based on his recent analysis of the current situation, he realized that the fastest way to accomplish his goal is to increase his status in the sect. And the best way to do so is to rapidly increase both his cultivation level and alchemy level. However, all of this rapid progress has to have a logical way to explain it, otherwise people will become suspicious, especially given the level of talent previously displayed by Lu Cheng. And what's the fastest and most reasonable way to increase cultivation level and alchemy tier? Secret Realm. A secret realm with enough rare resources. At first, Wang Wei wanted to ask the sect to create such a secret realm and have someone accidentally discover it. However, he did not want to use the resources of the sect for other people. That was too wasteful. Plus, he needed a secret realm that was unique and appealing to even emperor lineages. If this plan works, he can use the resources inside to quickly increase Lu Cheng's cultivation realm, while at the same time luring his third senior sister there as well. Then, he will have a chance to uncover the secrets of the flame-controlling art. As Wang Wei began to think this through, he realized that there were even more benefits to this plan. For example, he can use this opportunity to lure the people in Fukai inside and kill them all. Based on his experience in the sects in the past few months, he could already tell that this talented alchemist would be a problem for his goal. So, eliminating him or weakening him is in his best interest. Finally, he could use this opportunity to show Lu Cheng and him in the same place. Although no people would relate these two together, it was best to be careful. Now, the issue is where will Wang Wei find such a secret realm? Suddenly, he remembered someone that could solve his problem and strong killing intent flashed across his eyes as he muttered, Lu Meishio. And, if you want a reminder about her, go back to read ch 156. Chapter 332, Northern Black Tortoise Continent, Tiger's Sovereign Domain, Inside a Secret Realm. A beautiful woman with a wild and savage temperament stood in the middle of a mountain, accompanied by two men. One person was 3 meters tall with 2 bull horns on their heads, while the other had the head of an elephant with a human body. The 3 of them were surrounded by formations scattered all over the mountain. Lu Meisho watched as the 2 men used all their strength to break the formation in front of them. Then the group can take a few steps forward up this mountain. Then, they will be stopped by another formation and have to take time breaking the formation. Seeing that they were already halfway through the mountain, it's obvious these 3 have been here for a while and are close to accomplishing their goals. After destroying another formation, Lu Meisho said, "Elders, you can rest now." The 2 men nodded their heads before stopping. Then they turned back into humans. To be precise, they seemed to separate into 2, one human and one demonic beast. The man with the horn was fused with a demonic beast called Tyrant Fistbull, which was a demon with imperial bloodline. The other man was also separated from another demon with imperial bloodline, the earth-suppressing elephant. Both these demon races had one great emperor. After the elders separated from their fusion form, they put away their contracted demons in their space bags, took out a few pills to heal, and recuperate their strength. Lu Meisho followed them and sat cross-legged on the floor to recuperate and cultivate at the same time. The aura surrounding her showed that she was already in the divine body realm. As she closed her eyes, she pondered. It has been more than 700 years since I came to this secret realm. In a few hundred years, I should be able to reach the core. Thinking about the rewards she will receive once she breaks through the core, Lu Meisho became excited. She has sacrificed so much for this secret realm. She forfeited attending the heaven-chosen trial at the academy, so she did not have the chance to place her name in the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. This led to the fact that she also did not have a chance to use the Tao tablets and create her own scripture. However, Lu Meisho did not care about these. When it came to the protection of the book, it only protected her until the primordial spirit realm. With her status, she did not have to worry about death as long as she was careful. As for the tablets and creating a scripture, this only affected her a little. As long as she can create it before reaching the supreme realm, she can still become a quasi-emperor and fight for the heaven will. Creating a scripture before entering the divine body realm is only the best time to do so to establish a firm foundation. However, as long as someone does it before entering the supreme realm, they will be fine. Just have to spend more time re-establish the foundation. After taking a deep breath to calm her mind, Lu Meisho began to run the Beast Lord map to use her good fortune flame to temper her organs. With the resources she acquired from this secret realm, she was almost finished with the human stage. However, before she could cultivate for long, she received a communication talisman. With a frown on her face, she took the talisman as she muttered, "I thought I told them not to contact me unless something important happened." She used her divine sense to check the message. Then she abruptly stood up, alerting the other 2 elders. "Young Beast Lord, what happened?" asked one of them. "The news about the secret realm has been leaked and spread," replied Lu Meisho with gritted teeth. "What?" shouted the 2 elders at the same time. "How is that possible?" Lu Meisho did not respond to them as she was communicating with someone else to find the answer to this question. "Do you think the Ji family discovered us?" asked the bull elder. "Unlikely. I made sure to cover my trail when coming here. I even faked being seriously injured and recuperating," she replied while shaking her head. The Herd-Raising Valley is an emperor lineage with only one great emperor. However, because of their ability to raise and tame beasts, they have a unique position in the world. There are rumors that the beast emperor of their sect had more than 5 demon beasts who reached tier 10 or great emperor realm as his follower after proving the Tao. And he left all of them or some of them to the Herd-Raising Valley before leaving the world. So, despite having only one great emperor, the status of their sect is quite high in this world. Then, she remembered that there were a few other people secretly following her. She thought that she had lost them, but apparently not. So, Lu Meisho began to remember carefully all the people who were secretly following her but could not remember anything. Could the Ji family really have discovered me? muttered Lu Meishio. The political situation in the herd-raising valley is very messy. The sect used to be nothing but a supreme land until the Beast Emperor managed to prove the Tao and proclaimed himself as emperor. With his guidance, he opened a large business selling beasts all over the myriad emperor world, thus establishing a firm foundation for the sect. Then he left. After his departure, his family, the Ji family, began to rapidly gain power in the herd-raising valley. Using some secret method that the Beast Emperor gave then, the Ji family had a way to both create a pseudo-myriad beast body and track the real one once it appears. Because this physique was perfect to cultivate their Emperor Scripture, Beast Lord map, many powerful Heaven Chosens have appeared in their family, this solidifying their status as the most powerful faction in the sect. Of course, the other factions were not happy with the sudden rise of the Ji family. After a few generations, the herd-raising valley had turned into the Ji family's property because of how much power they held. The other people did not accept such a fact, so infighting began amongst the same sect. Unfortunately, the Ji family was too powerful, so the other factions were forced to band together to barely fight against them. Luckily for them, in this generation, they discovered the myriad beast body before the Ji family. They took Lu Meishio in and trained her with all their resources and efforts. They placed all their hopes on her, and she did not disappoint them. She fought and easily slaughtered the pseudo-myriad beast body of the Ji family, absorbed his blood essence, and became the young beast lord of the herd-raising valley in this generation. Despite this, Lu Meixia's life was not easy. The Ji family did anything to reduce the number of resources that she would receive. After all, they knew that if she became a great emperor, not only would their family lose their position, they might even be killed. The Ji family went as far as sending many assassins to eliminate Lu Meishio and prevent her from growing up. Although angered, the other factor practiced forbearance as they had a plan to ensure their rise and the rise of their Heaven Chosen. A secret realm that Lu Meishio learned about when she was young. As long as she could get the benefit inside this secret realm, she will be able to recreate the glory of the Heavenly Phoenix Emperor. She was an emperor with the same physique as Lu Meishio but got a fortunate encounter to absorb the blood essence of a true phoenix. With that blood essence, the myriad beast physique displayed powers beyond many people's imagination. While Lu Meishio was trying to think how she was discovered, she suddenly remembered sensing a strange power following. That power was very weak and well controlled. If it was not for her beast-like instinct, she might not have detected it. That was the power of shadow, and it was a power that I felt familiar with. Where have I felt it before? The Tao Opening Sex, Shadow Monarch Book. Immediately, she remembered her encounter during the luck trial. Wang Wei, it must be him, muttered Lu Meishio with gritted teeth. She guessed that Wang Wei must have been paying attention to her since the trial and had people monitor her. However, she was still confused as to why he released the news about the secret realm. The best course of action in this situation would be to wait once she entered the core and act as an oriole to catch the cicada. However, he did not do so. Unless it was not his intention to release the news, muttered Lu Meishio. She pondered for a moment, sneered, and said to the elders, "Immediately go restore the formation we have already destroyed. We can let others take advantage of all our hard work." Chapter 333, Southern Continent, Origin Pill Dao Sect. Wang Wei flew from his cave towards his master. After entering, he saw old man Yi Lao sitting cross-legged waiting for him. "Master, you summoned me? Have you heard of the secret realm that was discovered in the northern continent 3 months ago?" "I've heard rumors from the disciples, but I do not know much about it," replied Wang Wei. "Well, a few sects have discussed and decided that only disciples in the void-shattering realm and below can enter. So, I'm asking if you are interested in entering?" Wang Wei pretended to ponder about this issue for a while. Yi Lao, who wanted his disciple to participate, said, "Originally, many people only wanted primordial spirit realm cultivators and below to enter. However, the Tao Opening Sect insisted that void-shattering realm be allowed. I do not understand their purposes in doing so. However, this is not bad news for us as your senior brothers and sisters can also participate. Master, which senior brother is going as well? You first senior brother and third senior sister will be attending. If you encounter a problem, they can help you. What about second senior brother? He's going into seclusion, so he will not be attending. So what's your decision? No problem, Master. I have a feeling that this secret realm is my chance to rise, replied Wang Wei with a smile on his face. You're probably just happy to have a chance to spend time with your third senior sister. Master, don't tease me. All right, I won't intervene in you youngsters' things, said Yi Lao. Do you have any other questions or concerns? Yes, Master. Do you have any information regarding this secret realm? So far, aside from knowing that it contains a large number of resources, we do not know much yet. The core of the secret realm is protected by many formations that even supreme realms cannot easily go through. Master, does that mean that true monarchs will also enter the secret realm? Yes. I'm confused. I thought only people in the void-shattering realm and below could enter. This is referring to the outer area, replied Yi Lao. The true monarchs will only stay in the core area and are prevented from interfering with the disciples' fights. Wang Wei nodded his head. Then Yi Lao gave him a space ring. Inside contains a heaven-grade artifact. This should protect you against void-shattering realm powerhouses. Additionally, there are a few escaping talismans that can save your life in case of danger. Wang Wei's divine sense checked inside the space ring and a shield floating inside along with many talismans. On the corner was a small pile of pills, mostly healing ones. Thank you, Master. A few days later, Wang Wei flew to the entrance of the sect where a group of people was waiting. At the head of the group were two people. Lu Cheng's first senior brother, Wan Luo, and his third senior sister, Lan Ling. After meeting them, Wang Wei said with a smile, "Third senior sister, first senior brother." However, while his tone was warm and cheerful for the first one, he was more neutral and even cold when referring to his senior brother. Apparently, Lu Cheng's relationship with his senior brother has not been very good, because he is considered his love rival for his third senior sister. Although Wang Wei was complaining inside, he still had to act the part. While Lan Ling smiled and chatted with Lu Cheng, Wan Luo just nodded his head at him before ignoring him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was checking the other people participating in this secret realm. He quickly realized that the majority of these disciples belonged to Fu Kaiyan's faction in the sect. And when it came to the direct disciples of his master, only the 3 of them came while the remaining 4 stayed in the sect. Considering that his 6th junior sister and 7th junior brother had quite a low cultivation level, he understood why they did not come. His 2nd senior brother was in retreat, however. He did not know why 4th senior brother did not come. "What are we waiting for?" asked Wang Wei. "Fu Kaiyan's 3rd disciple is also coming with us," replied Lan Ling. Not long after asking this question, the space not far from the group was suddenly broken and a young man dressed in all black with clouds pattern came from it. His appearance was quite noticeable as he had heavy bad under his eyes like he had spent millennia without sleep. A gloomy aura surrounded his body, preventing anyone from approaching him. "Ji Yulo, you're late," said Wan Luo with a cold voice. Unfortunately, the latter just ignored him. After taking out a small boat from his space ring, it enlarged itself until it was large enough to hold a few thousand people. Ji Yulo flew inside one of the rooms on the boat, followed by his master's followers. Meanwhile, Wan Luo was furious for a few seconds before following. In the meantime, Wang Wei was secretly observing that Ji Yulo. If I remember correctly, this guy belonged to the Ji family, which had paid a high price for him to become Fu Kaiyan's apprentice. His presence in this secret realm showed that his master might be aligning himself with the Ji family to deal with Lu Meishio. Many aristocratic families will send their juniors into other powerful sects as either a form of alliance, using the sect's resources to raise them, or even as asylum against rival factions in their clan. There are many of them in the Dao opening sect. Those sects would accept these people since they will never truly enter the core power. Additionally, if they can be turned into spies, they are the perfect double agent. Thinking of Lu Meishio, Wang Wei's killing intent flash. Back on the luck trial, he suffered a loss because of her. She broke the rules of the trial and tried to destroy the world in an attempt to acquire merit to increase her chi luck. Millions of his citizens died because of the beast tide she created. If the trial took place in a Middle Thousand world, he would have paid for this great karma as a ruler. So Wang Wei remembered that debt and he would pay it with blood. Although I want Lu Meixia's head, I still need her to reach the core of this secret realm first, as she has an overwhelming advantage over other people. So, if necessary, I have to block both Fu Kaiyun and the Ji family's people. 3 days later, the group arrived at the northern Black Tortoise continent. The first thing that flashed across Wang Wei's mind was how thin the spiritual energy is. He finally understood the reason that the demon race's hatred for humans is increasing with each passing generation. Living in this environment makes cultivation at least 10 times harder than usual. However, from the human race's point of view, this is the best choice besides exterminating their race. The demon race's cultivation is different from other people. They relied heavily on their bloodline. Although this determined the height low-level bloodline demons will reach, high-level bloodlines only require enough resources to reach the supreme realm. They do not have bottlenecks. Additionally, the demon race does not have to worry about things like having their own Tao to become great emperor. Although that would help, it's just the cherry on top, nothing more. As long as they acquire the heaven will, their bloodline will evolve and mutate. They do not have to worry about things like Tao heart and so on. The downside to this is that it's really difficult for the demon race to give birth to eternal emperors. So far, throughout their history, not a single one has appeared. After arriving at Tiger's sovereign domain, the group headed to a small town habited by humans called Hope Town, located in the north. Although it was rare, there were still humans living in the north. The majority of them were descendants of fugitives who tried to hide from their enemies in the demon's race territory, while the rest are probably people who do not want to or do not have the means to relocate. Luckily for these people, because of the demon race's fear of the human race, they were not brutally slaughtered or used as food. At least on the surface, it looks that way. Once the people of the Origin Pill Tao arrived at their destination, they saw many flying boats floating in the air, waiting for the appropriate time to enter the secret realm. With a glance, Wang Wei could tell that only a few emperor lineages were interested in this secret realm, while the majority of other people were from supreme lands and holy land. After pondering for a moment, he realized the reason. The core of this secret realm has not been opened, so not many people knew of its true value. So, many people were just waiting for the right time to act. However, given that Lu Meixiao spent a few hundred years trying to reach the core, Wang Wei bet that she knew more about it than everyone else, and there might be something very valuable inside. While thinking to himself, Wang Wei's vision was locked on one of the flying boats as he watched a handsome man with gray hair and eyes. It was himself. To be precise, it was his clone. Although it only had 60% of his true body strength, it could still fight a true monarch. Fifth brother, do you know Sacred Son Wang Wei? Chapter 334. Wang Wei turned his head to see Lan Ling and Wan Luo standing behind him and looking in the direction of the Tao opening sect. Senior brother, you must be joking. How could I know such a powerful heaven-chosen as Sacred Son Wang Wei? Replied Wang Wei calmly, without a hint of shame after complimenting himself. True. A person like that which has a great chance of becoming a great emperor lives in a completely different world from us, said Wan Luo, his voice containing a little melancholy. There is no need to belittle yourself, senior brother. I'm sure you have your own advantage. You should be proud of that, said Lan Ling in a soft voice. You're right, junior sister. So what if this Wang Wei is powerful? When it comes to alchemy, I, Wan Luo, am not afraid of anyone. It is common knowledge that Sacred Son Wang Wei has a powerful and unique soul. If he ever decided to learn alchemy, his achievements would be unimaginable, suddenly added Wang Wei. Wan Luo's mouth twisted after hearing this before giving his junior brother a harsh stare. He had just regained his confidence, but now... Plus, he's very handsome. Probably more handsome than you, senior brother. Wouldn't you agree, senior sister? Said Wang Wei, further adding salt to Wan Luo's injury. Lan Ling internally sighed. Although he agreed with Lu Cheng, she would not admit this out loud in front of her senior brother. You, said Wan Luo as he pointed his finger at Lu Cheng. What about you? Can you compare to him in both appearance and ability? You're right, senior brother, I cannot, and I accept this fact. Wan Luo instantly felt like something was stuck in his throat after hearing this answer. In the end, he just snorted coldly before ignoring Lu Cheng. After all, the latter was right. Wan Luo knew that even if he managed to acquire the position of young pill sage and become the heaven chosen of the origin pill Dao sect, he could not compete with someone like Wang Wei. So, even if he was indignant, angry, ashamed, all he could do was swallow this breath. It's not like he could do anything to Wang Wei. In terms of status, strength, and potential, he was completely outmatched. So, the only thing he could do is pretend that things did not bother him or that it had nothing to do with him. As he said before, they belonged to two different worlds. Lan Ling gave his junior brother a slight look. My junior brother seemed to have changed a lot recently. Meanwhile, on the boat of the Dao opening sect, Wang Wei's clone was observing the people around. Not many emperor lineages showed up, and amongst the ones that did, only a few people were worth paying attention to. He looked in the direction of the sword-casting villa where a young handsome man with sword eyebrows, white clothes, and a sword on his waist. It was Jian Wushuang. Despite his calm and peaceful demeanor, Wang Wei could feel a deep arrogance hidden from his exterior appearance. Wang Wei had noticed that Jian Wushuang experienced a change in personality during the Dao Tablet's secret realm after his Infinity Sword will managed to subdue his father's absolute cut sword will. From what Wang Wei knew, the upper echelons of the sword-casting villa also noticed this change in temperament, so they ordered him to travel around the world to temper himself. Sudden change in temperament is a normal thing if a person's state of mind or Dao heart is not firm enough. Logically speaking, Jian Wushuang should have awakened after he experienced defeat at Lin Fan's hand more than 500 years ago. However, it seems not. Wang Wei guessed that Suya used some method to influence Jian Wushuang. After all, from what he knows, she has been scheming against him for quite some time now. If her plans work, Wang Wei guessed that Jian Wushuang will either end up dead or in terrible shape. Either way, Wang Wei does not care. After all, Jian Wushuang is his enemy/competitor. His death is advantageous to him. Additionally, his demise is actually quite inconsequential. From what he learned from his father and grandfather, not all the Heaven Chosen currently active on the world stage will make it to the Heaven will battle. Some will die halfway through, some will have their Dao heart shattered and no longer wish to pursue the Emperor path. Many other people will suddenly grow up and replace the current people. More importantly, there are many hidden seats, families, or factions that will not show themselves until the appropriate time. In conclusion, the Heaven will battle will not be simple. Not even a tenth of the participants have shown up yet. After thinking about this, Wang Wei's clone eyes moved to another boat. This one belongs to the Loose Cultivator Alliance, and their current Heaven Chosen, Huang Yuan. From the information currently known about him, he is from the lower realm and was discovered by a member of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. So, they pooled a lot of their resources together to exchange for an identity token for him from an emperor lineage so that he can participate in this generation's battle. After meeting this guy, Wang Wei instantly felt that something was wrong. He felt a particular breath from Huan Yuan, the breath of heavenly Dao. And he knew that all of the people who placed their names on the Heavenly Dao Protection Book and attained immortality had that same breath. However, it was very faint on Huang Yuan. It was so faint to the point of being unnoticeable. In fact, the clone did not detect the breath, but the real body who was posing as Lu Cheng did. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei's brain began to think. He knew that there must be some secret here. His first instinct was to use his fate-reading technique to find the truth. Unfortunately, a dark aura seemed to be protecting Huang Yuan, so he used his brain instead. He suddenly remembered one of the top 30 Heaven Chosens from the Academy's trial. It was the ranked 23rd whose name was also Huang Yuan. From what he remembered, this guy was from a supreme land called Soaring Lantern Valley. Now, the question is, what is the relationship or connection between these two Huang Yuan? Thought Wang Wei. He did not think that this was merely a coincidence of two people having the same name, especially after sensing that breath. Immediately, he contacted the current acting leader of the Fate Shadow Guard in Wang Zhe's absence. He ordered him to find the whereabouts of Huang Yuan from Soaring Lantern Valley. While Wang Wei was staring at the Huang Yuan from afar, the latter noticed his gaze and looked at him back. Immediately, Wang Wei knew that he was right to assume that this guy had a secret. This was because of his eyes. They displayed a level of vicissitudes, a wisdom that could only be possible through time. He had seen such eyes from his grandfather and grandmother. There is no way for a young person to have such eyes. Truth be told, the only young person he knows who has such eyes is Tian. However, he also knew that it was because the latter was an old monster that has lived for who knows how long and experienced too many things. So, after seeing Huang Yuan's eyes, two thoughts came to his mind: reincarnation or body possession. Of course, there is also the possibility that this guy had a fortunate encounter that allowed him to experience samsara, to experience myriad lives, thus explaining why he has such eyes. Whatever the truth is, it does not change the fact that Huang Yuan has become an unknown factor in this generation's battle for the throne. As such, he must be investigated and his secrets must be known. That way it will be easier for Wang Wei to deal with him. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Wei removed his eyes from Huang Yuan. Meanwhile, the latter frowned as he pondered to himself. Did he discover something? Probably not, but based on his reaction, he might be suspicious of me. Heaven chosens of such a powerful world is nothing compared to the lower realm. If his body possession is discovered, it will only be a minor inconvenience for him when it comes to consequences. However, he will lose the ability to use this knowledge in a beneficial way. So, actions must be taken to cover his tracks. Luckily for me, I could not destroy the other guy's body and soul. However, I have to find a way to erase his memories. Huang Yuan quickly thought of ways to cover his track and prevent his secrets from being leaked. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's eyes looked in another direction as someone else's caught his attention. "Who is that?" he asked one of the supreme elders that were accompanying him. Chapter 335. Wang Wei gazed at a girl dressed in a blue hanfu with golden threads. Her clothes were perfectly fitted, displaying her feminine curves. She had an exquisite face that seemed to be perfectly sculpted. Her eyes resembled the purest of jewels that could reflect the sun or any other surface. Her long hair, which reached her all the way to her posterior, floated with the wind. She had a flame mark in the middle of her forehead which further embellished her beauty. As she stood there, she exuded a very noble temperament like she was divine. Unlike Feng Li Juan of the Divine Tao League, her noble temperament did not come out as arrogance, but more natural. It was as if heaven and earth accepted the fact that she was noble. In terms of beauty or temperament, this woman did not lose to either Suya, Wu Hong, or even Shi Shi. Of course, the reason that Wang Wei paid attention to her was not because of her beauty, but because he felt a very powerful bloodline inside her body. Moreover, her aura seemed very strange and weird, like she was incompatible with her surroundings. It's unfortunate that she seemed to have a way to block any observation abilities that try to pry her secret, so his eyes could not see anything more. After hearing Wang Wei's question, Yan Chun pondered for a while before saying, "She might be from the Hua family." "Hua family? I've never heard about them." "That's because they are an ancient aristocratic clan. Another term that I've never heard about." "Supreme Elder, can you please explain?" said Wang Wei. Ancient aristocratic clans are families that survived the Null Era. Essentially, any clan that existed since the beginning Emperor era. For example, the Hua family is very prestigious amongst the ancient clan. They claimed that their ancestor was the first acquired human that discovered fire. Because of their discovery, humans were no longer afraid of the dark, did not die from the cold, and so on. Because of this discovery, their clan received a great number of merit and chi luck. Of course, these are just rumors with no substantial proof. However, according to records from our sect, those claims are most likely true. Unfortunately, most factions just refuse to acknowledge it to prevent the Hua family and other ancient aristocratic clans from gathering too much merit and luck. Wang Wei became intrigued. He knew that the water of this world was deep, and there were many things or secrets that he did not know yet. So, he was not that surprised that some ancient clan suddenly popped out. Since they could survive for so long, they should be quite powerful, right? He asked. You would think so, but no, replied Yan Chun, who was caressing his beard. The majority of them suffered terrible losses during the Null Era. However, this is not the main reason for their decline. These ancient clans are very stubborn when it comes to tradition and rules. During the ancient Emperor era, the majority of them refused to adapt to the changing world and were slowly eliminated by the times. Oh, what exactly do you mean? For example, these clans refused to cultivate the origin system and instead continue to cultivate the system of ancient times. Unfortunately, the current environment is way too inferior to ancient times. As such, it is not suitable to the ancient cultivation system. After hearing this, Wang Wei understood why these ancient clans declined. Heaven and earth will change to nurture the most prosperous cultivation system in any world. An excellent example of this fact is origin stones or origin source that is used as currency and to cultivate in the myriad emperor world. Origin Qi is not an energy that existed between heaven and earth but one that was created by the Qiyuan emperor. Despite this, the entire world is full of mines that contain origin stones and sources, which cultivators can directly absorb. Logically speaking, the world should only have mines that contain spiritual stones since spiritual qi is prevalent between heaven and earth. The reason for this anomaly is that Heavenly Tao acknowledged the fact that the origin system is the orthodox cultivation system of this world, so it changed the world to benefit this system. Over the years, resources unique only to this system were developed to help it prosper and flourish. This is one of the reasons that most worlds do not have multiple cultivation systems. Since there are ancient aristocratic clans, are there any ancient sects too? Asked Wang Wei. As far as my knowledge goes, there isn't, replied Yan Chen. The beginning emperor era was occupied by clans, families, and ethnic groups. The concept of sect did not appear until the ancient emperor era. After a brief pause, he continued, I'm surprised that these clans show up so early. Usually, they will only appear when the heaven will battle is near. This secret realm should contain something valuable, and they must know some secret about it. Wang Wei's clone nodded his head before removing his eyes from her. He then checked out the other people present. Besides that girl and Jian Wushuang, he did not care about anyone else from the younger generation. When it came to other factions, he noticed the Ji family from the herd-raising valley. With a single glance, people could tell that they were anxious to enter the secret realm, and Wang Wei knew why. These people knew that Lu Meishou was inside and wanted to intercept her at all costs to prevent her from gaining any benefit. And if possible, secret kill her. Unfortunately, Wang Wei has been using the sect to delay the time that people enter. He wanted to give Lu Meishou enough time to gather the people from her factions, then use her years of head starts to quickly reach the core of the secret realm. That way, she will do all the hard work and he will benefit from it. While everybody was waiting for the agreed-upon time to enter, Hua Fenghuang felt Wang Wei's gaze, so she looked in his direction. The Wang clan's heir? The elders have mentioned him and warned me to pay attention to him. He is indeed powerful. However, why do I feel like something is off? Her jewel-like eyes rapidly shone. Then a look of surprise appeared on her face. That's just a clone? And he's that powerful? For a moment, she thought her heavenly eye technique was malfunctioning. It seems that this generation's battle for the throne will be an interesting one. Nevertheless, Hua Fenghuang did not care as she had the utmost confidence in herself. As the most talented heaven-chosens in the Hua clan for countless generations, she believed in her potential and growth. Even if she is not currently the opponent of the Wang clan's heir, this will not be the same in the future, especially after she acquires the opportunity inside this secret realm. At the appropriate time, many of the emperor lineages came together to open the entrance to the secret realm. A vortex appeared in front of everybody. Then all the floating boats entered it. The loose cultivators who did not have any factions to support them placed a barrier around themselves, and after waiting for all the big guys to enter, they also rushed in. Soon after entering, the majority of factions let their disciples in the periphery of the secret realm, while they rushed to the entrance of the core area. A tall mountain that seemed to support heaven stood in front of everybody, full of formations. In the middle of the mountain, everybody could see a group of people. It was Lu Meishio and the people from her factions in the herd-raising valley. The Ji family, along with a few other people, wanted to use the same path as Lu Meishio to quickly catch up to them. However, they soon discovered that these formations were restored, and even slightly strengthened. As such, they had to start over like everybody else. As soon as Wang Wei arrived at the foot of the mountain, his gaze looked directly at Lu Meishio. He did not hide his killing intent. Meanwhile, Lu Meishio, who was also looking at him, bit the lower parts of her lips while wondering why this guy held such a deep grudge. She was angry that he broke all her plans. Then, a ruthless light flashed across her eyes. She looked at the 5 new true monarchs next to her and said, "Whatever the price, we have to reach the core of this secret realm as soon as possible." After glancing at Lu Meishio for a brief moment, Wang Wei looked at the mountains and formations in front of him. Although he noticed that the girl from the Hua clan did not come to this area, he did not pay that much attention to her besides sending someone to try to follow. His attention was on the formation as he muttered, "Natural formation?" An idea suddenly came to his mind. Chapter 336. "It's indeed a natural formation," said Yan Shen. "Young master, do you have some ideas?" Wang Wei nodded his head as he continued to ponder. As the name implied, natural formations are formations formed naturally by nature. They are usually found in landscapes like mountains, rivers, and forests. From what he knows, natural formations were more common during the ancient emperor era. To be specific, after the Null era and before the ancient emperor era began. In an attempt to rebuild the civilization of the myriad emperor world, many of the early cultivators studied natural formation. This was how the profession of formation master began. Heaven and earth was the teacher of these cultivations. Moreover, there are rumors that natural formations are innate formations whose innate laws have been removed by either someone else or because of the passage of time. After seeing the natural formation, Wang Wei immediately changed his plans to use brute force to rush up this mountain. Anyway, the Dao opening sect was just going to put on a charade waiting for Lu Meishio. Now, he discovered a perfect excuse while still benefiting from it. So, he sat cross-legged in front of one of the formations, looked at it closely, and began to understand it. A few minutes later, he finished his calculations and took a few formation flags. He looked at the circles with countless runes inside of them before placing the flags in very specific places of the formation circle. Then he used his origin essence to activate them. The places he placed the flags shined for a moment before cracks started to appear in the runes inside the circle. A few seconds later, the formation broke into thousands of motes of lights. Wang Wei managed to break it without using brute force. Finally, Wang Wei's clone along with the other Supreme Elders took a few steps up the mountain before encountering another formation circle made of completely different runes. He did the same thing again. Understood the formation before finding its flaws to break it. In the process, Wang Wei's understanding of runes and formations began to rapidly increase. Ever since he infiltrated the Origin Pill Dao sect, he has taken a new interest in professions like alchemy and formation. He decided to take this time to increase his ability in these professions, especially when it comes to studying divine runes. Wu Hong once gave him the Empress Wu Sealing Sutra. The early and middle stages of this technique require a deep foundation for the understanding of runes. And even in the late stages, some powerful sealing techniques require deep knowledge of the subject. Because of this, Wu Hong has very high attainment in all professions, especially in formation and talisman making. After seeing what Wang Wei was doing, Supreme Elder Li Fin, who cultivated the Tao of formation, also began to learn from this formation. The process of finding the flaws and breaking through these formations was even faster than him. After all, She is a supreme realm powerhouse that spent most of her life studying formations. A few other people also wanted to try this method after seeing this. However, they soon realized that it would be faster to use brute force to break these formations. Since they were in a hurry and wanted to reach the core before Lumatio and reap the benefit, these people went for the faster way. Some clever people immediately took notice of the nonchalant attitude regarding the core of this secret realm. "Young master, what do you think?" asked the true monarch from the sword-casting villa. The behavior of the people from the Dao opening sect has been weird ever since news of the secret realm was released. "Knowing Wang Wei, he must be planning something," replied Jian Wushuang. "Then what should we do?" After thinking for a few seconds, he replied, "At this stage we do not have much information, so there is little we can do. Plus, we cannot diverge our strength to follow their example. So, ask the villa master to send a group of saints and below who specialized in formations to come to the secret realm. They can benefit from this natural formation and keep an eye on the Dao opening sex people." In the outer area of this secret realm, Wang Wei's real body descended the boat with his senior sister and brother. All of them found themselves on a small hill full of luscious grass. "Junior brother, do you want to travel with us or go on your own? If you go with us, it would be safer," asked Lan Ling. "Thanks for the offer, senior sister. But I want to find my own fortunate encounter," replied Wang Wei. "Plus, as a man, how can I rely on a woman?" As he said this, his eyes were directly staring at Wan Luo, an act which made the latter's mouth twitch slightly. He understood his junior brother's implication. Since a weak supernatural realm like himself dare to venture alone in this secret realm alone, why can't he, the senior brother, dare not? This way, Wan Luo cannot be shameless and use some excuses to be with Lan Ling throughout the secret realm. Since when is Lu Cheng so cunning? Thought Wan Luo. Meanwhile, as Lan Ling watched Lu Cheng leave, a small and unnoticeable smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lu Cheng, don't say that I've wronged you. With me here, you can be relieved that your senior brother will never have his chance at your crush. As for whether the two of you can be together, let's look at your fate." While muttering these words, Wang Wei rushed in a few kilometers away from the group before stopping. The issue of reading Lan Ling's fate line and discovering the secret of the flame-controlling art can be left for later. Right now, I need to find enough resources or fortunate encounters to rapidly increase my strength and status in front of my chief master. That way, my chances of getting the origin pill flame scripture. Wang Wei's eyes suddenly changed and he saw an orange dragon on top of his head. Lu Cheng's Qi Luck Dragon. He then used a secret technique created by him, making him connected to the dragon. Through its eyes, he saw 15 purple lights scattered in different directions of the secret realm. Immediately, a frown appeared on Wang Wei's face. 15 fortunate encounters? That's it? He immediately changed to his Qi Luck Dragon and saw more than 100 purple lights, with a few one who flickers on and off. In this secret realm, Lu Cheng has 15 opportunities that belong to him. He does not need to do anything. He will eventually find these encounters and benefit from them. As for Wang Wei, he has more than 100 of them. More than 100 opportunities are waiting for him, and without much effort, just by randomly walking in the secret realm, he can discover them. As for the flickering ones, they are fortunate encounters that require him to compete and use his own strength to acquire them. After seeing the vast difference between him and Lu Cheng, he understood the reason. As a heaven-chosen born in the most powerful sect of this world, he is naturally blessed by luck. And with the Qi Luck trial, his luck has reached an unimaginable height, probably slightly inferior to a child of destiny. With Wang Wei's luck, as long as he leaves the sect, he will have countless fortunate encounters. Unfortunately, most of these encounters are at the level of Supreme Realm and have no great significance to him. They are just slight embellishment to his wealth, and cannot greatly contribute to increasing in strength. Because of this, heaven-chosens with high status like him with high status use secret techniques to condense their luck and keep it from overflowing. After all, every encounter will slightly decrease their luck. It's better to keep the luck for fortunate encounters at the level of Great Emperor, innate or unique encounters that are rare. Plus, Another advantage of condensing their luck is that their cultivation will be faster, and it becomes easier to break through cultivation bottlenecks. Compare with people with high luck and who do not know how to condense it, these heaven-chosens have the advantage. After seeing how weak Lu Cheng's luck was compared to his, Wang Wei sighed deeply. Many people say that heaven is fair, but is that truly the case? Some people are destined to be extraordinary the moment they are born. Some people's starting point is the end of many. So where is the fairness? Fate determines a lot about people from the moment they are born. Cultivating is a process of defying the heavens and slowly taking control of their own fates. But is that truly the case? Could fate be so easily be defied? With how encompassing fate is, how would one know that if our so-called defying fate is not part of its machination? How would we know that our so-called free will is nothing but an illusion? Chapter 337. Wang Wei sighed out loud after asking himself these questions. He knew that his path to be free and unfettered, to control his fate, would not be an easy one. Although he looked all-powerful on the outside, compared to what he wanted to achieve, he was nowhere close to accomplishing his goals. So, he controlled his thoughts and focused on his current predicament. With Lu Cheng's qi luck, the few fortunate encounters may not be enough to accomplish goals this time, so he needed to do something else. One option was to use his fortunate encounter to help Lu Cheng, since he would not use most of them. Unfortunately, he did not want to use his luck to nourish Lu Cheng's. Additionally, with his current strength, many opportunities that belonged to him could not be acquired unless he used his own power in Lu Cheng's body. With how many people entering the secret realm and how complex the forces here are, he did not want to take any risk by showing any odd behaviors. So, unless absolutely necessary, he will not use his power in Lu Cheng's body. So, there was only one option left for him: steal others' people's luck. So, Wang Wei's eyes changed again and he began to look at the other Qi luck dragon of other people. With his expertise, he was able to distinguish the strength or cultivation realm of many people based on their luck dragon. He focused on people in the supernatural realm and below whose dragon was active, meaning that they would soon encounter a fortunate encounter. Wang Wei then swallowed a top-earth grade face-changing pill that he refined to change his appearance, along with an invisible pill of the same rank. Once his preparations were finished, he began to secretly follow the people he selected. Then, at the right opportunity, he would sneak attack them and take their opportunity. However, he did not kill all the people whom he stole luck from. Wang Wei knew that with how weak Lu Cheng was, stealing other people's luck would result in great karma, and he would eventually suffer from some form of backlash. And killing these people would intensify this karma backlash. According to Wang Wei's divination, this backlash would come in the form of his identity being accidentally revealed and countless people who he stole from starting to hunt him down. Luckily for Lu Cheng, he was still blessed by the origin Pill Dao sex luck which could withstand this backlash. As long as he quickly finds his third senior sister and her group, the backlash will be dealt with. Plus, with Wang Wei's current means, he can still suppress and delay the backlash until it is no longer a problem, at least for now. As Wang Wei continued to steal other people's luck, he could see that Lu Cheng's Qi luck dragon was slowly transforming from orange to golden, but he did not care about it. He can use this as an excuse to explain all the fortunate encounters he has if there need be. While Wang Wei turned into a luck thief, Hua Fenghuang and the people following her did not go to the core area. Instead, they headed in their separate directions. Holding a weird compass in her hand, Hua Fenghuang headed in the eastern direction of the secret realm. Soon, the group finds themselves traversing a vast frozen plain with nothing in sight. At least on the surface it appeared as so. The ground was as blue as the sky, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles long. There were no animals and only a few trees that looked like well-made ice statues. As soon as the group arrived in that area, they discovered that it was a no-fly zone with a powerful formation that could prevent any Supreme Realm true monarchs from flying. "Young lady, do you want us to break the formation?" asked a middle-aged man with a robe. He was one of the 4 true monarchs that followed Hua Fenghuang in the secret realm. How long will it take? She asked back. With the four of us, quite some time. In that case, let's go on foot. It would be faster that way. She paused for a moment before continuing. Go deal with the little rat following us. One of the people following here then disappeared and reappeared a few minutes later. Done? Yes, young lady. Then the group of 5 ignored the little trouble and began their journey on this frozen tundra. The temperature was so low that even void-shattering cultivators would have a hard time in this environment, even with the protection of their laws. However, Huafenghuag was perfectly fine. She did not use any energy for spells to protect herself. While using the compass for direction, the ground near her suddenly cracked open and a large white ant came from the ground. It was more than 50 meters in height and 70 meters in width, and despite its large size, it was incredibly fast as it rushed towards Huafenghuang with the intent to kill, leaving countless shadows behind it. Unfortunately, what the ant saw was not the fear and despair of seeing death approaching and being powerless to do anything about it. What he saw was a calm woman who looked at him with indifference like God looked at weak mortals. Then, she gently flicked her finger, generating enough force to create a tornado. The force of the flick destroyed half of the ant's body, while the tornado blew it away a few dozen meters. As the large ant laid in a pool of purple blood, all it could think about was why was this human more fiendish than it, a demonic beast. For a moment, he wondered whether he was the demon or she was. Then, the ant breathed its last breath. Huafenghuang looked at the ant and muttered, If I remember correctly, isn't that an earth tundra ant? That's indeed so, young lady. Those things have been extinct since the incense era. She nodded her head, not surprised by this fact. Finally, she ignored the corpse of this Tier 6 demonic beast as the group continued their trek. A few days later, after non-stop walking, they finally stopped. In front of them was still the blue nothingness, however. The compass had dictated that they had arrived at their destination. After finding the specific place, the 4 true monarchs began to use their powers together. The power of law rippled from their bodies and it echoed in the void. With time, a space channel slowly started to appear, so the 4 of them worked together to stabilize it. After everything was done, the 4 of them entered another small dimension inside the secret realm. What they saw inside was nothing but a small lake with purple liquid inside. Huafenghuang's eyes lit up after seeing the liquid as she rushed in front of it and took a small sip. A refreshing feeling overcame her body as she closed her eyes to feel the effect on her body. With all of this innate qi, I can make a breakthrough from the bloodline awakened realm to the true spirit realm and cast a perfect foundation for the future. As the heir to the Hor ancient aristocratic clan, she did not cultivate the origin system of Qiyuan Emperor, but the ancient cultivation technique created by the first emperor of the Myriad Emperor world, the Heaven-Opening Emperor. The true spirit realm that she spoke of is the same as the primordial spirit realm of the current system. Instead of creating a primordial spirit, the ancient cultivators created true spirits. As for the difference, the ancient cultivating system was created after observing the bodies of primordial gods and innate demons. As such, it focused heavily on refining and tempering the body. When it comes to the difference between true spirit and primordial spirit, they served the same purpose of allowing cultivators to sense the law between heaven and earth to understand and eventually control them. However, the primordial spirit is a separate entity from the body. It can exist without it. Even if a cultivator's body was destroyed, as long as their primordial spirit existed, they are still alive. They can take over the body of someone else, or, if they have enough resources, they can recast their fleshly body. When it comes to the true spirit, it is fused with the cultivator's fleshly body and cannot be separated. As a result of this, the cultivators in that realm are hard to kill since as long as a drop of their blood still exists, they can revive themselves. It is essentially the realm of rebirth with a single drop of blood that Wang Wei will enter after refining his blood. Of course, there is still a large difference. Most people in the true spirit realm require a tremendous amount of energy and resources to revive themselves, while Wang Wei could do so with the spiritual qi in the surrounding. Additionally, ancient cultivators still have a specific number of times that they can die and revive, with the maximum being 9. and only geniuses like Feng Huang can reach that level. Chapter 338, Heavenly Abode World, Death Realm. After ending the conversation with Wang Wei, Li Jun decided to deal with the issue of the Death God. So he contacted Wang Ju to get answers from her. However, she did not reveal anything immediately, but took him and Yen Liling to the heavenly abode of the Death God. The heavenly abode of the Death God was the size of a small world. It had forests, mountains, rivers, oceans, cities, and so on. Civilization existed and was prosperous. All the people living inside worshipped the Death God and only the Death God. After investigation, the group discovered that this abode was divided into 2 continents. In one of them, the Death God placed his believers from the outside world. As long as they are his believers, gods or mortals, they would be placed there. To be exact, the mortal soul existed in this continent. After their death, based on their level of faith, their soul can achieve some form of eternal life in this continent. Meanwhile, on the other one, the Death God only allowed living mortals. What was special about these mortals was the fact that they believed that the Death God was not only their creators but also the creator of their worlds. Every single one of them, from children to women, from animals to insects, the moment that they are born to their natural deaths, they only learned about the powers and benevolence of the Death God. And to them, he is the only God in existence. Because of this, the amount of faith that these people provided to the Death God is tremendous. All the 100 billion mortals in this continent can be considered fanatic believers and would not betray the Death God for anything. As the group of 3 floating in the sky, looking at this continent, they all had a deep look on their faces. "What do you think?" asked Wang Ju. "With the level of faith these people have on the Death God, they would never change their beliefs to us. In fact, if they knew the truth, they might even commit suicide. And it's most likely to be all of them," added Yen Liling. She imagined more than 1 billion mortals committing suicide at the same time, and she shivered slightly. "So what do? We can't eliminate all of them, as that would cause too much karma backlash. However, it seemed to be a shame to leave it alone." "There might be another way," said Wang Ju. "The people worship the Death God. As such, we can slowly replace his face with the young master. These mortals have a short lifespan. With the passage of time, we can slowly replace their memories of the Death God's face." "That's indeed a good method," nodded Li Jun. "We can begin by replacing the face of the Death God in all the temples with a blank one. Then tell these mortals that the Death God is in the process of transcendence, hence the reason that his face cannot be seen. After a short few hundred years, we can replace his face with Big Brother. Not just this. We can also slowly change his divinity to fate and death to perfectly fit Big Brother," added Yen Liling. Li Jun paused for a moment, then said, "The plan is good, if only it could be faster. Although a few hundred years is nothing to us, it would be much better if we could finish things faster." "Don't be too greedy," reprimanded Yen Liling. "True, there might be a way," suddenly said Wang Ju. After seeing the gaze of the other 2, she explained. "The Death God has the ability to speed up the time flow of this world after paying a certain price. We could use this to our advantage." "What price?" "Mostly the incense he has gathered. However, if those run out, he has to burn his soul and law as a price." "In that case, let's make last use of his value," said Li Jun. "We can also use this time acceleration to increase our cultivation level." He then looked at Yen Liling and said, "Before you say anything, I also know that overusing time acceleration will cause great damage to the body and soul. So, we will be careful. Many powerful emperor lineages have time acceleration secret realm. They used it mainly when they need one of their newly discovered heaven chosen to quickly catch up to the current generation. An example of that would be Lu Cheng's 6th and 7th senior brothers. If the Origin Pill Dao sect decided that these 2 were talented enough to represent the sect in the Heaven Will battle, they would need to rapidly cultivate them to catch up to the current Heaven Chosen's cultivation realm like Su Ye and Jian Wushuang. This kind of problem would be even more severe if a Heaven Chosen was discovered while the current generation was in the Saint Realm or even Supreme Realm. In that case, These emperor lineages would use the secret realm to accelerate the progress of their chosen individuals. Otherwise, by the time the heaven will battle arrived, if these chosen individuals are not up to par in cultivation realms, then they will miss the chance to participate. Whether it is Su Yan, Lin Fan, Ji Song, or Wang Wei, they are all born at the perfect time, right at the beginning of this new generation. So, Heavenly Tao will follow their growth and decide based on their cultivation realm when to begin the battle of the throne. When it comes to people born before them, based on the exact time, they might be considered part of the older generation, thus affected by karma and unable to fight for the heaven will. If they are born right the cutting line for the older generation, then even if they reach the supreme realm before people like Wang Wei, they still have to wait for these guys to grow up before they can participate in the fight. Although unfair, this is the law and regulation of Heavenly Tao. Although the emperor lineages have time acceleration to deal with this issue, over the years, it has been discovered many side effects of overusing this method. These side effects include instant rapid aging, soul and body not synchronized, losing the ability to distinguish the passage of time, and many others. Because of this, the emperor lineages rarely use this method to provide their heaven-chosens a time advantage. Unless really necessary or needed, most geniuses like Wang Wei will not mess with time lightly. Yan Liling nodded her head in response, then asked Wang Ju, "Is this the reason you brought us? For this strange continent?" "No, this is a small stop in our way." After saying, she led the group to a small island a few 100,000 kilometers from the continent. When the group landed, they did not see much on the island except for a small wooden cottage that looked ordinary. However, the group would not think that Wang Ju will bring them to an ordinary cottage, so they used their divine sense to scan it. Immediately, Yan Liling said in surprise, "Enlightening place? No, the Emperor Dao rhymes are too weak. It should be just a place a great emperor stayed for a while," commented Li Jun. Great emperors are extraordinary entities, so the place that they cultivate for a long time will be bathed by their Dao and leaves rhymes that are referred to as Emperor Dao rhyme, which allowed cultivators to rapidly enter a state of enlightenment and understand the law. These places are called enlightening place, which referred to the place a great emperor attains enlightenment. They are usually most easily formed after a great emperor absorbs the heaven will and began to comprehend their grand Tao source. These enlightening places are left to their descendants to factions as a foundation for their prosperity. After seeing the cottage with Emperor Dao rhymes, Li Jun said, "We always suspected that this world was related to a great emperor since the crystal wall can easily block the attack of quasi-emperors, but now we have ironclad proof of this. The real question is who was this emperor and what was their motives for coming to this small middle thousand world?" added Yan Liling. Then Wang Ju explained some information she gathered from the death god's soul. There is a legend that the first god to appear in this world came from the stars. The gods referred to him as God King, and he is credited for spreading the current cultivation system. If that's true, then there is a high chance that this emperor is not from the myriad emperor world, nodded Li Jun. If I remember correctly, the closest world community to us mainly cultivate a martial art system. If this great emperor spread the cultivation system of his homeworld to this world, he might be from a faraway world community. Chapter 339. After observing the cottage for a brief moment, the group of three entered it. To their surprise, there was nothing much inside besides a cultivation mat along with a small table. However, all of them could feel the Emperor Dao rhymes enveloping the entire room, which meant that whichever great emperor stayed there was there for quite some time. "I finally understand why the death god could use the armor law secret technique. He must have become enlightened of it in this room," said Li Jun. This could be the reason for his title as the strongest god. The group looked around for a few minutes but did not find much. The only benefit of discovering this room is that it is a good place to cultivate. However, they also knew that using an enlightening place, it was best to use it during the void-shattering realm to understand the law. Once their cultivation reaches a certain level, the sect will also grant them access to their own enlightening place. And with the Dao opening sect having 9 great emperors, they have more options or choices than others. Did you learn anything else from the death god's memories? Asked Yen Liling. No, he seemed to have erased a lot of them before his capture, replied Wang Ju. Li Jun nodded his head before saying, We already knew that the water of this world was deep. Now we have proof of this. Although with our strength, it should be quite easy to conquer a Middle Thousand world. However, this one is obviously special, so we have to be more cautious in our actions. After not finding any other information in this cottage, they decided to establish a schedule to allow each of the 4 of them different times to come to cultivate here. Then they left the death god's heavenly abode. A month passed by. Li Jun was in the imperial palace of the former Death Kingdom writing on a paper. Wang Wei told him to summarize some steps in the process of conquering a world to establish a standard or some sort of reference guide for the future. Although there has not been enough information yet to write the entire thing, Li Jun still had some ideas. While he was deep in concentration, he heard footsteps approaching him at a regular pace. A few minutes later, Tai Gang came to see him. How are the social reforms? Asked Li Jun without raising his head. By now, the livelihood of ordinary people should have improved, making it easier for us to gather incense. Tai Gan paused for a moment, then took a deep and loud sigh. You would think so, right? Unfortunately, the progress has been remarkably slow. Oh? Asked Li Jun as he raised his head to look at him. What's the problem? These mortals are too used on relying on the gods for so many things that many of them are resisting our reforms. It seems as if the concept of self-sufficient, self-reliance, and self-improvement are completely unknown to them. After so many years of being enslaved by these gods, their minds and ways of thinking have been shackled. Tai Gang took another sigh. In the Eastern Plain, there are vast fertile lands, so we tried teaching them about agriculture and so on. However, many of them complained that they did not need to learn all of these since the harvest gods would just bloom their harvest for them. They refused to build homes and shelters because the wood god and earth god could instantly do it for them. The concept of smithing is basically non-existent in this world. Although these mortals rarely need things like weapons or iron products, when they do, they will pray to the metal god will do it for them. Li Jun frowned after hearing this. These gods not only occupied all the knowledge of this world, but also made sure that mortals relied solely on them. Without them, not only do mortals have no purpose, they lost their basic abilities to function normally as a society. Tai Gang agreed with Li Jun's conclusion. As a person from a low thousand world, he always assumed that higher worlds were more advanced than lower ones. And in many ways they were. However, when he compares the mortals of this world to his own, he felt a slight sense of superiority. Although he knew this was because these gods treated mortals as lambs to be raised in a barn, this did change how he felt. What do you think we should do? He asked. Do you think we should spread education in this world? That way we can gather merit and deal with the current problem. Once the people are educated and learn the concept of self-reliance, it would be easier for them to gather incense. However, Li Jun shook his head at this idea. Just like all the gods, what we need is incense. So, keeping the mortals ignorant is beneficial to us. Once we open their wisdom, it is possible for them to realize that the so-called gods are just powerful individuals. And if they know about the concept of cultivation, we will have no choice but to use force to control them. This will make it harder to achieve our goals. In that case, what's the plan? Asked Tai Gang. Simple, we begin a smear campaign against these gods. We tell them that their beloved lords are in fact devils that treat them as nothing but food and playthings. Once they die, they will not really go the heavenly abode as the gods claimed, but their souls will be swallowed to increase their strength. What about young master? He's supposed to also be a god in this world. We will proclaim him as the one and only true God. We will glorify him as the savior fighting for the mortal's salvation. On top of that, we can weaponize their fears of death. Oh! Exclaimed Tai Gang slightly while wondering since when was this guy Li Jun so insidious and cunning. The mortals in this world have no concept of samsara and believe that after death, they will ascend to their god's heavenly abode and live a life full of bliss and happiness. As long we make them believe that by only believing in Big Brother Wang Wei they can reach the true Holy Land, they will not hesitate to change their faith to us. After pondering for a moment, Tai Gang knew that this plan was feasible. After the events at the Emperor Enlightening Academy, he understood the power that rumors and gossips have on not only cultivators but also mortals. As long something spread far enough and is heard or believed to be true by enough people, then the real fact does not matter. The general population would automatically assume it to be true, especially in a world with such a low level of wisdom. Even if one day someone were to tell these mortals the truth, they will not believe. Even if irrefutable proof was shown to them, the vast majority of them will refuse to accept the so-called truth, as it challenged their cognitive views. To them, living in a false world is better than the truth. It is more comforting. It is what they know or has known for countless years. Tai Gang sighed after coming to this conclusion. As a cultivator, his life was not so different from mortals. Who knows what truth he believes in all his life and was nothing but lies by a powerful cultivator. Or maybe even heaven and earth. If one day his worldview was shattered and he learns these truths, would he react any different? The answer is most likely negative. Only a few individuals have the heart and mind to accept the truth of this world and face it head-on. Tai Gang does not think that he is one of those people. However, his young master may be one of these people. And by following him, he does not have to face these truths heads-on. And maybe one day these truths will be dictated by his young master. After figuring this out, Tai Gang suddenly felt his mind sublimated, his spirit cleared of any dust. He knew his path forwards. "Congratulations, brother Tai Gang," said Li Jun, who guessed that his friend was enlightened based on his sudden change in aura and temperament. "Thank you," replied Tai Gang with a smile on his face. With this sudden enlightenment, his Tao heart has sublimated a little, and with his spirit cleared, it will be easier for him to enter the heaven stage of the divine body realm and control the power of heaven and earth. When it comes to talent, Tai Gang knew that he could not compete with the members of this group. Only with hard work, strong will, and the support of a lot of resources that he could keep up with these people. So, he greatly values any form of progress. After his small breakthrough, Tai Gang discussed for a while how to further proceed on developing the Death Realm before going to execute this plan. Meanwhile, after watching him leave, Li Jun took a communication talisman to talk with Wang Ju. "It's time to activate your mole. Tell him it's time to expand." Chapter 340. Armored God Lu opened his eyes from his meditation. If anyone was close to him, they would see a strange rune flash deep inside his eyes before disappearing. He looked in one direction as if he received some kind of signal. "Is it time?" He then smiled cunningly. Armored God Liu's previous arrogance was long gone, replaced by a calm and treacherous demeanor. It was like he was a completely different person from a year ago. He proceeded to leave his temple and walked around the heavenly abode. Whenever he went, he would see many gods either cultivating or training. And as soon as these gods saw him, their eyes will momentarily turn into a blood-red rune before saluting him. As he overviewed everything in the abode, Armor God Lu, who was now the shadow, thought to himself, "Over the past year, I have infiltrated most of the fire realm using the blood possession curse. The only place left untouched is the heavenly abode of the fire god. It would be very difficult to secretly control so many gods under the eyes of a being of law. Plus, the risk is not worth it. Now that everybody has drawn their attention to the death realm, it is time to begin expansion." After that, the shadow sent an invitation to many of his friends in the other realms. Meeting with different gods from different pantheons is a common thing, especially if their leaders are close friends or allies. In some cases, one god might change his allegiance and decided to serve another supreme god. Although this situation is rare, it is not uncommon. However, this usually leads to fighting between two supreme gods. After all, any god is a powerful source of incense. How could the supreme gods allow them to serve someone else? Especially if that god is a void god with an abode full of worshippers of its own. That would be a terrible loss for any of them. More than a week later, Many gods from other realms came to see the hidden shadow and celebrate with them. Because of the tense relationship of different supreme gods, entering another pantheon's realm requires proper etiquette and documentation. The supreme god must be able to know the location of any foreign gods entering his realm. This is a way to prevent people from sneaking into their domains and starting to secretly spread other gods' faith. Because of these tedious regulations, it took more than a month for the Shadow's meeting to begin. Another reason for the delay was the fact he could receive so many foreign gods at once because of the rules. So, he had to break his banquet into smaller ones. Once the banquet began, the Shadow displayed his charm as he talked to everybody present. He took out his recently very famous wine, Forgotten Sorrow, which made all the attending guests very happy. This newly created divine wine not only had a sublime taste but also could temporarily place people into illusion to see their innermost desires. It allowed them to escape reality and forget their sorrows, hence the name. This wine has become so famous lately that there are rumors that even the wine god, a title god under the wood god, admitted that his best wine could barely compare to this. In addition to wine, there was also music, dancing, theater, and battle for the more aggressive gods. While everybody was having fun, one of the void gods in attendance was secretly observing everyone, especially armored god Lu. While drinking his wine, his eyes seemed to be scanning everything and everyone. From the people's conversation to their actions, to their facial features, and many more. While he was doing so, the Shadow approached him with a smile on his face. Han God, are you enjoying the party? Asked the Shadow. Yes, Lu God, he replied after taking a sip of the wine. This is truly a divine invention. I wonder how you came up with such a thing. Lu God must be truly talented. Although Han God had a smile on his face, his mind was thinking of something else. Over the past year, this Lu God has changed drastically. His personality changed and he began to make friends all over the world. That alone made him suspicious, especially during the current times. But then there was this Forgotten Sorrow wine. How could some random god make a wine that is better than the wine god that has been studying wine his entire life, and even his divinity is based on wine? This is illogical. Unless this Lu god had outside help, for example, the outsiders that have invaded our world. This has nothing to do with talent, but everything to do with luck. As you know, after my failure with the outsiders a year ago, I wanted to drink my pain away. Unfortunately, the wine of the wine god is too expensive, and could not help me achieve my goals. So I tried brewing it myself and by sheer luck created this one. The Shadow had a look of reminiscing on his face as he remembered the pain he suffered after his last failure. Have these supreme gods begun to suspect me? Thought the Shadow. However, it does not matter now as my plans are already set in motion. There is no need to blame yourself, Lu God. Who amongst us has not suffered from failure? The important thing is to rise above it. Could it be that the destiny gods was wrong? That there is nothing wrong with this Lu God? No, I should not doubt the goddess. My job is to do what I was told to do. So, let's continue observing. After a brief chat, the Shadow went to talk to other people, while Han God continued to observe everybody. Unfortunately, even after the banquet ended, he did not discover anything. So, after leaving and returning to the Destiny realm and reporting back to his leader. After hearing what happened, the Destiny goddess had a deep frown on her face. She then proceeded to use her powerful soul to scan the body of Han God. But she did not find anything, so she dismissed him. The Destiny goddess then said, "What do you guys think? Did you find anything?" "No," replied the Life goddess. "All the other supreme gods have checked, but there is nothing abnormal. With these people's method, it would be weird if we could actually discover something." The Destiny goddess paused for a moment. "I will personally catch this Lu God and interrogate him. You know the fire god would never allow this. It does not matter. If he gets in my way, I will slaughter him as well," replied the Destiny goddess with a calm tone. "Mingyun, is everything all right?" asked the Life goddess. "I can feel that my time is rapidly approaching. If I do not do something, I will most likely be the next casualty in this catastrophe. So it is time for extreme measures. After saying that, she broke the space and headed straight for the fire realm. As soon as she arrived, the fire god felt her presence and appeared in front of her. Destiny goddess, what are you doing in my realm? Hand over the Lu god. Impossible. There is no evidence to prove that he has betrayed us. Until then, he is under my protection. Fire god. I've always admired the way you protect your one people. Unfortunately, I am not here to ask for your permission. A silver sword appeared in the Destiny goddess' hand, gleaming with the power of fate. She looked at the fire god with intense killing intent. Either move or be forcefully moved by me. The fire god's face twisted after hearing this, so he roared, "Are you going to break the divine harmony accord?" She sneered after hearing this. The accord was negotiated by me to prevent all of us from fighting one another and causing too much damage to our god civilization. However, over the years, how many of you have ignored the accord and fought between yourself? 200,000 years ago, you yourself broke it and fought with the thunder god. She raised her sword, looked at him deeply, then said, "Are you going to move or not?" "You." The fire god became enraged, however. He quickly remembered who his opponent was. This was the Destiny gods. Although she is known for her peaceful nature, all the supreme gods knew how powerful she is. The only reason she does not hold the title of the most powerful god was because the death god has the strange secret technique to turn his law into armor, and the destruction god has some weird weapon that drastically increases his strength. Despite knowing this, the fire god refused to back down. His pride would not allow it. So he began to fight with the Destiny goddess. Meanwhile, in the fire realm, the shadow was in his temple, with countless images in front of him. These images showed the situation of the other realms and were from the perspective of the people who attended the party. Chapter 341. There is a reason that the supreme gods did not find anything wrong with their followers, since the means that the shadow used was so unique that even in the Myriad Emperor world, no one has even used this method. Because Wang Wei invented it. The wine that these gods were drinking had something extra inside. A pill called Spying Pill. Although the name is bland and unoriginal, its creation and use are quite clever. Wang Wei asked the sect to combine the heavenly eye talisman that can be used to spy on other people from thousands of kilometers away with a pill. That way, the power of the talisman can be crushed and fed to their target. Then, they can view everything from the target point of view. They can even spy on the surrounding of the person. This pill required quite the expertise to combine the runes of the talisman and the runes of the pill and ensure that not only do they not conflict, but supplemented one another. After years of study, this method was successfully developed a while ago, so Wang Wei's Fate Guard and his father's Shadow Guard have begun to use them in the field. Because the pill will be digested and absorbed, it is very difficult to detect by many methods like divine sense, especially by those gods who do not know much about pill refinement and talisman making. In the fire realm, after making sure that the spying pill was working perfectly fine, the shadow nodded in satisfaction. He raised his head in the sky, feeling the power of law in the far distance. Now that my job is partially done, it's time to leave. Immediately afterward, the eyes of Lu God changed from the calm and calculated look to a confused one, before returning to calm. The consciousness of the shadow left this body and returned control to its original owner. As for the real Lu God, he felt the past year has been like a dream. He remembered everything he has done, with a few minor details erased from his memories. But he did not feel like he did these things himself. It was like he was looking at himself doing things from a three-dimensional point of view, wondering whether that was truly him. However, a few minutes later, he removed these strange thoughts from his mind and accepted that he might not be in the right state of mind. Meanwhile, outside of the fire realm, in the space between the realms, the Destiny goddess slashed her sword, sending the fire god flying away a dozen meters before stopping. His body was riddled with sword wounds that refused to heal. His mind was slowly losing control as countless memories of his death flooded his mind. This was the memory of his destined death, constantly hunting him and affecting his soul. The fire god knew that if continued this battle, Not only would he lose, he might become insane. In the end, he gave the Destiny Goddess, who did not have a single scratch on her, a fierce look before returning to his heavenly abode. He wanted to heal as fast as possible. In the current situation of the world, being in a weakened state is dangerous. The Destiny Gods did not pursue after her victory. Instead, she entered the Fire Realm, forcefully broke through Lu God's abode. As she stood in front of him, she did not say anything but directly search his soul, focusing on the changes that occurred a year ago. Lu God was powerless to resist, so despite his hatred, he just lowered his head and bore with it. However, not long after she began, a deep frown appeared on her face. She did found anything. From his memory, she discovered that he became quite depressed after his failure against the outsiders. So he began to drink wine to wash his sorrow away. Unfortunately, he was not satisfied with the wine god's wine, so he tried brewing some of his own. And by luck, he succeeded in creating the Forgotten Sorrow wine. Finally, he had the idea of making friends with different gods just in case he found himself in a situation like the one a year ago. He could use his connection to ask for help. Truth be told, Lu God's actions are similar to many other gods who like to make friends and connections to help them in their times of need. One of the main reasons he was suspected was the timing of his change. During those sensitive times, any odd behaviors will be suspected by the supreme gods. After not finding what she wanted, Destiny Gods was not happy. She waved her hand and a book appeared. The title of the book was Book of Destiny. She flipped the book until she found Lu God's name. In the book, it recorded everything he did before becoming immortal. However, after becoming a god, only a few things were mentioned. The silver book flashed a white light that enveloped Lu God. Then, his entire life story appeared on the book. From the moment he was born to the current day, everything he did was recorded in the book. The Destiny Goddess once again focused on the events of more than a year ago. Regrettably, to her disappointment, the book said the same thing she discovered from reading his memories. Could these people even have the ability to control destiny? After sighing out loud, she disappeared from the Fire Realm. Although she wanted to check all the other gods who attended this banquet, she knew that her actions have already offended many people. If she did the same thing again, she could foresee that many of the other supreme gods would use this as an excuse to besiege and kill her. Over the years, despite being as low-key as possible, she also has many enemies. The Destiny Gods will not count on these people to take into account the current situation and be benevolent. After all, they could not even work together properly. After the shadow returned Lu God's consciousness to him, his main body secretly headed to the War Goddess realm. He flew to a snowy mountain in the north. After arriving at his destination, he used his divine sense to scan every inch underground the mountain. About 15,000 kilometers deep, his divine sense was momentarily blocked by a white light. "Found it," he muttered before taking out a teleportation talisman. After activating it, the paper in his hand burned. A light enveloped him and he disappeared. Once the shadow appeared again, he found himself in a vast space with many houses and buildings around. In the far distance, he could even see a farm. "A heavenly abode?" he muttered. While the shadow was observing his surrounding, his arrival alerted many people. Countless gods flew in his direction and surrounded him. He looked at the two people leading the group, one man and one woman. "I cannot you guys have fallen to the point that only two title gods are left as your most powerful battle strength," sneered the shadow. "Who are you?" asked the man who called himself the sword god. As he looked up and down at the shadow, his face became ugly as he yelled, "You're one of the outsiders. Do you want a prize for figuring this out?" replied the shadow. "There is no need to talk to him. Let's just capture him," said the spear goddess next to the man. However, as soon as she said these words, a terrifying aura enveloped all the people around. Instantly, the sword god and spear goddess knew that they were not the opponent of this person despite their higher level of cultivation. and even if they managed to subdue him, they would pay a very high price. Currently, they cannot afford to lose too much. "What do you want?" asked the sword god with gritted teeth. "I know that you rebels have been trying to liberate the common people from the clutches of the gods by spreading the cultivation system," said the shadow with a calm voice. "Unfortunately, all of you are too weak, so I'm here to help." "We do not need help from invaders like you," replied the spear goddess. "Are you sure? From what I know, you guys are almost on the verge of extinction. At any moment, all of you could be eradicated. As long as our headquarters is still standing, as long as our ideas is believed by one person, we will never be eradicated." "Beautifully spoken words," said the shadow as he looked at the mighty woman exuding a courageous and powerful aura. "Unfortunately, all of you are living in a bubble. Your so-called headquarters only exist because the war goddess needs you guys to spread chaos and war, so she allowed all of you to hide in her realm. As for your ideas, time is your biggest enemy. With the passage of time, your ideas will be slowly forgotten and twisted by the supreme gods. By then, your so-called revolution will become either a joke or a passing note in history. And unfortunately for you, the only thing the gods do not lack is time." The sword god and spear goddess faces became ugly after hearing. And this was not just them, but all the other gods who follow them. "So what you said is true?" argued the sword god. "In the end, you outsiders are the same as the supreme gods. You are partially correct. We also want to spread faith and control the cultivation system. However, we will not be as strict as the gods in the process. More importantly, after we achieve our goals, we will leave this place. By then, all of you will be free to spread your ideas and do whatever you want." Everyone became quiet for a few minutes as the two leaders began to discuss secretly through their souls. Then, the sword god asked, "How are you guys going to help us? Forming an alliance?" The shadow did not respond. Instead, he threw a book at him. The two took the book and looked at the title Frowny Face God, Swallowing Technique. Chapter 342. After having tea with Merlin, Edward told him about all his experiences in the Full Metal Alchemy world, including his battle with Truth. Except for private details regarding Olivier, he did not live much out. After all, he was the one looking for protection. "So, old man, what do you think?" After caressing his beard, Merlin replied, "You do not have to worry about Truth." "What does that mean? Are you going to stop him if he comes or he cannot come at all? Just know that you're safe." Edward looked at him with a speechless look, then said, "All right, I know old and powerful people like you enjoy speaking in riddles. When I become as powerful as you, I will continue the tradition." This time it was Merlin's time to be speechless. Edward took out the orbs containing the different authority and asked, "Please check to see if there are any problems with these things. Also, check to see if there is any problem with the knowledge I have received from the Eye of God." Merlin took the orbs and looked at them, then looked up and down at Edward, who felt like all his secrets were seen through. Although uncomfortable, he did not resist because for one he was asking for help, second, resistance was futile. "The orbs have no problem," replied Merlin. "However, the knowledge you receive have. Truth has placed a backhand on them." "Please elaborate." "I'm guessing that your plan was to create a knowledge dimension similar to Truth's. Then, once an alchemist in your empire opens the gate of Truth, they will be sent there. However, if you use the knowledge you got from the Eye of God, Truth would be able to secretly steal from your knowledge dimension, even across universe." "I knew it," muttered Edward. "It was too easy to get all that knowledge from Father during the promised day. He also knew that powerful entities like Truth have weird methods that he could not fathom." So he looked at Merlin with shining eyes. The old man laughed slightly before snapping his finger. Suddenly, Edward felt like some heavy weight has been lifted from his shoulder. Then there was nothing else. He could not even remotely understand what Merlin did. After sighing to himself how he had a long way to go, he said, "All right, let's discuss the other matters." There is more? Of course. Fine little brat, I'm in a good mood, replied Merlin. One of his closest relations is with his disciple Arthur. However, the latter respected him so much that it was not easy to have a relaxed and non-formal conversation. Even across multiple universes, it's always like that. It's the reason that Merlin likes the universes where he is an enemy with Arthur instead of his teacher. Or better yet, universes where things get spicy between them or their gender are reverse. Of course, Old Man Merlin would never admit to his disciple that he secretly experienced this universe himself. After all, he has a reputation to uphold. What do you think about my plan to reach the Akashic record? Well, all I can say is that you will need for your plan to have even a remote chance at succeeding. And I'm not talking about Morgana. Edward pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up. I know what to do. Is there anything else? Yes, replied Edward. This time, he talked about his concerns regarding how coincidental it was for him to discover the hole in reality that led to the void along with Rowena. Then he stared at Merlin intensely, waiting for his answer. The old man internally shook his head. To him, Edward was the perfect disciple with plenty of potentials. What he liked the most about him was his desire to pursue the essence of magic. There were two complaints he had about him. One was his womanizing way. He would have preferred if he was a one-woman kind of guy. The second was his paranoia. However, he understood that his paranoia came from his personality, experience, and high intelligence. So, after pondering for a while, he said, discovering the whole had nothing to do with me or anyone else. You were just lucky. Lucky? Yes. Luck is a fundamental part of reality. Some people are born lucky and can accomplish great things because of it. Some people do not have high luck and have to work hard to accomplish their goals. Fortunately, you're one of the lucky ones. Edward frowned after hearing this. Then he asked, what about Rowena? Was that also my luck? No, she was my doing. She is from a different timeline where, after being infected by low-level void energy, the hole in reality that you discovered in the Bermuda Triangle was instantly closed. I knew that your travel throughout different universes would be quite dangerous, so I wanted to give you something to protect you from some powerful entity, so I merged her timeline with the one you discovered, the void hole. After being silent for a few seconds, Edward said, thank you. Oh, I thought you would be mad. I'm not that stubborn of a person. I understand when people are trying to help me. Without meeting Rowena, it would have taken me a few hundred years, if not more, to control the lowest level of void energy. There is no way I could be able to use as efficient as now, so it would be impossible for me to deal with people like Truth. It's good that you understand. Well, is there anything else? Yes, replied Edward with a more serious look on his face. I want to know about my reincarnation, about the earth I came from. Merlin caressed his beard, thinking how to reply. A few seconds later, he said, the earth you are from is called Primordial Earth. Is there any special about it besides the cliché name? Merlin was once again speechless before shaking his head and continuing. It is indeed a very special place. That earth is located in a very special high dimension. Truth be told, many people believe that it is the original earth and all the other earths are projections of it. However, there is not enough information to prove that. So, what's so special about it? Although the people there are just ordinary people, they all possessed an unknown ability. Their minds can receive information from other universes, dimensions, or worlds. Then, they will write about these worlds in the form of stories, movies, books, and televisions. On top of that, all the people of Primordial Earth have the ability to create worlds. Any story that they write down, any films that they create, any animations they draw will become a real world. The odd thing is that they are not even aware of this. Edward had a look of shock on his face. Then, after discovering this, many powerful people became interested in this small planet. Although no one found the reason for such power, they also discovered another important aspect. If you take a random person from Primordial Earth and have them reincarnated or transmigrated into another world, using their knowledge of story, they can rapidly grow powerful in a very short time. On top of that, A lot of these people have awakening powerful innate abilities after being transmigrated. What do you mean by innate ability? Asked Edward, even though he had a guess. Things like system or your innate talent for magic. Basically what the Easterners called golden finger. Edward nodded his head as many things he did not understand became clear. Because of this fact, many people choose people from primordial Earth as their disciples, their inheritor or avatar. If the people they chose did not have innate abilities, they would be granted one. If they already did, they would be strengthened. Or they might not receive anything. It all depends on the people who choose them. Edward understood Merlin's meaning. He has read many stories of protagonists that were granted wishes by gods before being reincarnated into other worlds. The gods are the powerful people Merlin was talking about, and the wishes were the innate abilities. From what you said, there should be many people reincarnated into different worlds. How come I've never met one in my world? Asked Edward. Oh, they exist just in different timelines. Additionally, these timelines are usually isolated and protected. The Harry Potter world is a favorite of many people, so there are many of them. Edward nodded his head, planning to one day search for these timelines. What about me? Who is the one who reincarnated me? Was it you? No one, replied Merlin. No one? Yes. After so many people began to intervene in primordial Earth, a change took place in that dimension. After death, some random people were chosen to be reincarnated on their own without outside intervention. You were one of the lucky ones. Edward sighed both in relief and disappointment. He was relieved that he did not have some powerful old guy secretly planning his life. He was regretful since the only innate ability he received was his magical talent along with the ability to never forget. He also wanted a system to help him reach the peak of life. You do not need to look down on yourself on your talent, said Merlin as if he could guess Edward's mind. I have seen many people across different timelines with more powerful ability than you, yet their accomplishments do not come close to you. The majority of them become satisfied after killing Voldemort and achieving immortality with the Philosopher's Stone. They become content with their strength and have no desire to explore the larger world, to explore the universe and come in contact with other magic civilization. This is one of the reasons that Merlin decided to sponsor Edward. With his talent, his limit should have been like the other people, but he had greater visions and actively pursue them. An example of that is the creation of his world gate. Many people have been transmigrated into the Harry Potter world. These people should have realized that since the Harry Potter world is real, shouldn't the other worlds that they have learned about in the primordial Earth be real as well and try to reach there? But few people do so. The only people who actually do so are the ones who have innate abilities that allowed them to travel to different worlds. Unfortunately, these people did not rely on themselves but on their talent. This is the reason he appreciated Edward. After taking a few minutes to calm himself down and process all the information he just received, Edward asked, "Could I return to primordial Earth? The political landscape there is too complicated. Wait until you're more powerful before trying." Edward nodded as he was not in a hurry. He accepted his new life. He just had a few regrets that he wanted to make up. "Do you have any advice for me?" "Yes," replied Merlin. "The world you are currently in is more vast and complex than you could ever imagine. So far, you have barely scratched the surface. Be mindful of this fact." Edward nodded his head, chatting for a little with Merlin before leaving. The sword god frowned after seeing the name of the book. He found the title very distasteful. And not just him, but his female companion as well. Nevertheless, the two still flipped through the book. At first, they did not think much of it. However, as they read more and more pages, they become dignified, until a look of horror appeared on their faces. The hand of the sword god trembled, almost letting the book fall on the ground. This is the book of the devil, he thought to himself. Little did he know that he was quite right. The book in his hand was modified by Li Jun from the half part of the gluttony-swallowing scripture that Wang Wei got from Mo Xingyun. As the name implied, this was a cultivation technique that allow a person to swallow a god. Not just their strength, but also their faith. Once succeeded, they can control God's heavenly abodes as their own. Additionally, if cultivated to the highest level, they can even swallow their divinity. In other words, their law. With this method, the sword god realized that he could become a supreme god without having to go through all the trouble of gathering incense and comprehending the law. Then, their revolution will finally have a chance. In the current headquarters, he is the oldest one amongst all the gods. He experienced the war of annihilation over whether the cultivation technique should be spread to mortals. Back then, there used to be 108 realms and 108 supreme gods. Now only 36 remained. The surviving ones swallowed the realms of the defeated to increase their power. Thinking about how in the past they had countless supreme gods fighting for their cause, but now only a few title gods are left, the sword god sighed in desolation. The temptation of this technique is too high. He could foresee with it their strength will drastically increase, thus giving them a chance at revival. Additionally, he also saw the downside. He looked at the shadow and said, "I appreciate your help, but I refuse to be your pawn." With all his experience, how could the sword god not see that these outsiders were trying to use them to weaken the power of the supreme gods, then benefited after the two suffered from fighting one another? After hearing the sword god's words, the spear goddess quickly woke up from her dream of the revolution, rising up and finally accomplishing their goals. She realized that she was momentarily blinded by the benefit to realize the trouble of this kind of technique. Cold sweat secretly felt down her back. "I'm glad that the leader was clear-minded, otherwise, I could not imagine the consequence." As for the shadow, he was calm after hearing this. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "Unfortunately for you, it's too late." "What do you mean?" asked the sword god. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the other gods behind him. He saw the excitement and greed in their eyes and immediately understood what happened. This outsider spread this technique to the other gods. Even a person like himself with such strong will was momentarily tempted, let alone these people. "You!" roared the sword god at the shadow. Then he ordered, "None of you are allowed to cultivate this technique. This is the highest order. Anyone found disobeying will be executed on the spot." All the other gods of this revolution lowered their heads in acknowledgement after hearing this. However, the sword god knew that this was just for show. Unfortunately, he could not tell who will truly follow his order and who will not. After all, this technique has already planted a seed of ambitions on these people. Even if they are gods, they cannot escape the shackles of 7 emotions and 6 desires. The sword god became enraged after figuring this out and decided to take out his anger on the person responsible for all of this. Unfortunately for him, when he looked again, the shadow had long disappeared, and he did not even notice when. Gritting his teeth, the shadow returned to his main temple, thinking about how to deal with the current situation. That night, the sword god stood on watch around the heavenly abode to prevent anyone from secretly leaving and practicing that technique. One of the void god called Hu God approached him with 2 tea bowls. He handed one to sword god and drank the other one. "Leader, standing guard like this is not a permanent solution. The other members of our Mortal Freedom Alliance need to go outside eventually to cultivate and recruit other members." The sword god took a sip of the tea, feeling refreshed. He agreed with the regional commander. However, as of right now, he could not think of a better solution. "In that case, what do you think I should do?" Hu God pondered for a moment. "Sir, do you want me to speak the truth? Please. In our current situation, we cannot pass on this kind of opportunity. Most likely, this technique will bring us to the abyss. However, could things really get worse than they are?" The sword god savored the tea and Han God's words. Over the years, Han God has been one of his most trusted advisors amongst the 12 regional commanders. So, he took his words seriously. However, after a few minutes, he shook his head. "Although you are right, I still insist that this is not the way to go forward." Han God sighed deeply. "All right, it's just a shame." "Not really. As long as our alliance persists, we W?" The sword god suddenly coughed out a mouthful of golden blood with a look of shock on his face. He bent his neck down to look at the blade piercing his heart, then looked at Han God. "Why?" "For the Alliance," replied Hu God. "I've always had a problem with your stubbornness and conservative approach to our situation. I understand that you have witnessed the war of annihilation, are afraid of the Alliance being destroyed in your hands. However, what you fail to understand is that all of us here are not afraid of death. We came here knowing our chances of survival were minimal. What we are afraid of is living a meaningless life, watching as our ideals and goals evaporate in flame. This technique given by the outsiders is an opportunity for us. Unfortunately, you did not cherish. You are unwilling to take risks." The sword god quickly mobilized his divine power to heal his injury. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. "You poisoned my tea." "Yes. Not only that, the blade in my hand is made of deicide metal. It will negate your healing factor and ensure your death." As Hu God looked at life rapidly being drained from the sword god's eyes, he raised his hand to touch the body, then paused for a while. He remembered all the time they have spent together, all the battle, life, and death situations they have experienced together. In the end, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "For the Alliance." He placed his hand on the sword god's head. A red light flashed on it, then a swallowing vortex appeared. The vortex quickly swallowed the blood, life force, soul, and divine energy of the sword god. Even the incense he controlled was swallowed. Then, a powerful aura emanated from Han God's body. "From now on, I will be the sword god." However, Han God quickly frowned after digesting his gain. He realized that he could not control the heavenly abode of the previous sword god. "It seems that I have to cultivate this technique to a higher level to inherit everything from the people I swallow." Then Han God looked in the direction of Vice Leader, the Speak Goddess. An unnoticeable red light flashed across his eyes as he took a step forward. "No, I cannot do this. I only kill the previous leader for the sake of the cause. The Vice Leader can be an ally after being persuaded." Han God stood in his position for 5 minutes before flying in another direction. He was going to open the exit for all the members. Death Realm. Li Jun just received news of the Shadow's situation. He looked at the other members of the group and said, "Let's begin our new plan to spread the cultivation system of this world and cause chaos." "I thought you said we should not spread the cultivation system to make it easier to gather the incense," said Tai Gang as he placed some fruits on his mouth, chewing obnoxiously loud. "You of all people should understand the importance of adapting to circumstances," replied Li Jun calmly. "Now that we know for sure that this world is not simple, it's better to use the most efficient and fastest way to conquer it. So, creating chaos and using this situation to quickly kill the destiny gods is our main objective." Of course, Tai Gang knew this. He was just being obnoxious on purpose to annoy Li Jun. Anyway, he was recently bored and did not have anything to do. Chapter 343. After instructing the Fate Shadow Guard on their next mission, Li Jun looked at the other people and said, "All right, let's go deal with the Death God's heavenly abode." Soon, 3 of them arrived in the abode, floating above the second continent. Along with them was the Death God. However, his eyes seemed blank and unresponsive. "Did you have any problem refining him into a puppet?" asked Li Jun. At first, he resisted. However, after Liling refined a heaven-grade soul refining pill, the process became much simpler. "All right, let's begin." Nodding her head, Wang Ju began to control the Death God. Countless clones of him dressed in all black armor that covered their faces appeared. Then, the armored clones scattered in different places of the continent. Allfather City is the largest city on this continent. It has a population of 40 million people. All of them mortals who are fanatic believers of the Death God. Today was supposed to be another regular day for this city, with people going on with their daily life. However, something unexpected occurred. The largest temple in the city suddenly shone with brilliant golden light before rushing into the sky. Every single individual could feel that golden light, so they stopped what they were doing and gathered in the streets. Then all the citizens saw a man or individual clad in all black armor. For a brief moment, they were all shocked. Then every single one of them immediately knelt on the group saying, "Welcome the messenger." The voice of all 40 million people echoed in the sky, forming a beautiful sound, the sound of oppression. "Where is the city lord?" asked the armored clone. Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed in a plain black robe slowly stood up amongst the large crows. Since he was the only one standing, he was easily noticeable. "Sir Messenger, I am the current city lord." The armored clone waved his hand and the middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky, floating in the air. Although he was really scared for fear of falling down, however, his fear was soon replaced by the awe of the messenger and the death god behind him. Spread the words. The death god is going through ascension to achieve transcendence and control the power of fate. As such, his image will change. By his order, all the statue of him will have a blank face for now until the ascension process is completed. The city lord was momentarily shocked before a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Their god was already mighty enough, but now he was going through an ascension and becoming more powerful. He could not hide his joy, and not just him. All the mortals in the city who heard the messenger's words clearly felt the same way as the city lord. Immediately after being placed on the ground, the city lord gathered the finest craftsmen of the city to renovate both the temple and the statue of the death god based on the design of the messenger. This city lord was not the only one doing this. Across all the cities, towns, and villages on this continent, messengers appeared to spread the decree of the death god. A festival was held to celebrate the rise of the death god. From this day on, the people of this continent celebrated a new holiday, Ascension Day. In the sky, Li Jun and the others watched all of this with a calm look. He then looked at Wang Ju and said, "Continue with the next step." A white shield suddenly appeared to surround the three. Then, they watched as time began to accelerate. It was like they were fast-forwarding a recording television shows. Everyone and everything seemed to be moving so fast that it became blurred. Then, everything stopped. "How long has it been?" 300 years, replied Wang Ju. This should be plenty of time for them not only to procreate and increase population but also forget the real face of the death god. Li Jun looked at the death god. Right now, he was in a terrible situation. His hair was gray-white because of all the life essence he lost as a sacrifice to control time on such a grand scale. His body withered to the point of looking like a mummy. Unfortunately for him, his job was not finished. The previous messenger clones announced that the ascension of the death god was completed, and now he was the master of fate and death. All the temples were changed to Wang Wei's face and body. Then all the mortals began to worship him. For now, the group's plan was somewhat successful. Li Jun asked Wang Ju, "Can his power still be used?" "There is still some incense left over. Plus, if needed, we can sacrifice his soul. In that case, let's create another continent." This way of gathering incense is very effective and is quite a useful way to train fanatic believers. He took out a black stone and handed it over. After seeing the void stone, Wang Ju immediately understood his plan. She controlled the death god to send the stone in the core of this heavenly abode. Then, vast spatial energy came from it and began to increase the size of the heavenly abode. In just a few minutes, it increased by at least 5-fold. Following this, 3 new continents were created by the death god. Finally, the messengers in the second continent gathered a large group of mortals to send them on a journey across the ocean to spread the faith of their beloved god. They were going on a divine voyage. After going through the turbulence of the ocean and surviving countless encounters with powerful sea creatures, these people's faith drastically increases since their god will always intervene at the appropriate moment to save their lives. After arriving at the other continents, they began to establish civilization there and rebuild the temples of their god. "Can you speed up the time again?" asked Li Jun. "At this rate, he won't be able to last after 50 years. "That's not enough time for the population to increase," replied Li Jun. "What if we fatten up his soul and body?" Wang Ju's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then, she nodded her head. Immediately, Yen Liling took out a few pills. There was the essence replenishing pill, which was a heaven-grade pill. This had the effect of replenishing the death god's blood energy that he previously consumed. As for the other pills, they were a nourish pill, which was a top-level earth-grade pill used by primordial spirit cultivators to cultivate their souls. Without hesitation, he fed all of them to him. His mummified body slowly returned to normal. However, too much energy was contained inside his body, so he began to become a little bloated. Wang Ju quickly controlled his to seal the remaining medicinal energy inside his body. Following this, the strength of his soul began to rapidly increase after eating all these pills. Ordinarily, this should be a good thing. Unfortunately, the death god swallowed too much, making his soul increase in strength beyond his control. Most cultivators would not do so, as this will lead to their souls being unstable and eventually destroyed. However, the three of them did not care about this, since they just wanted to rapidly increase the strength of the death god. Once his soul reached a certain level, Wang Ju controlled him to accelerate the time flow of the other two continents again. This time, it lasted for 500 years, and immediately after that, the death god's body disintegrated into tiny particles before being blown away by the wind. His body, soul, and law were completely destroyed. And in those 500 years, countless generations of humans were born and died. They created descendants to pass on their legacy. The small population of the two continents increased from 100,000 people to 10 billion, providing an abundance of incense to the group. As the three of them floated in the sky, not affected by the power of time, they watched all of this happening with a calm look. Yen Liling sighed as she said, 500 years. It only took 500 years for countless generations of mortals to be born and die. Their short life is truly a tragedy. Yen Liling was currently over 800 years old, and she considered herself young. Yet, for these mortals, she could be considered their ancestors. Isn't the same could be said for us? Said Li Jun, they get to live for a few short decades, but we only get a few million years. In the end, without achieving immortality, we will one day return to the dirt like them. The only difference is we take a little longer. All of them became silent after hearing this. In every generation, when any sect or faction cultivates a great emperor, it is not only because he will become the most powerful being in the world. It is the opportunity of many people to escape the shackles of time. So, if in the future Wang Wei failed to become a great emperor, their fate will also be the same as these mortals. Chapter 344. Fire Realm in a large mountainside. A village hunter walked up the mountain to try to catch animals to feed his family. He was dressed in hunter clothes and had a machete on his side as a weapon, a bow and quiver with arrows on his back, and a small sachet. Underneath his shirt, he had countless scars, showing the fact that he was a man with a story, and also quite the experienced hunter. As the man walked on his path, he was constantly muttering, "Weapon God, please bless my weapon to be sharp enough to slay my prey. Animal God, please send a prey my way so that I can feed my family today. Life Goddess, please protect my life so that I can survive this hunt as I always did." Every time the hunter went up the mountain, he always prayed like this. He did not know whether his prayer was heard. However, he still believed given the fact that he had survived for so long. The hunter was familiar with the surroundings, so he quickly found the trail he usually used and followed. This path had the highest chance of finding prey. Along the way, he will also look at the plants on the ground. Once in a while, he would recognize one, took it, and placed it on the sachet he carried with him. In that way, the hunter walked for more than an hour before he finally encountered two rabbits. With great expertise, he pulled his bow and two arrows at the same time. He pulled the string with all his string, and as swiftly as possible, swish, swish, the two arrows flew with tremendous speed and force, and each one hit a rabbit in the eye. These two little creatures did not have the time to react. The hunter rushed to his prey to check. He removed the arrows from their heads, then took out a string to tie the two rabbits on his body to carry. Then, He hurried to leave this place as he feared that the scent of the blood would attract other animals. For him, these 2 rabbits were enough to feed his family for at least 3 days. If they stretched their meals, it could last for a week. Unfortunately for the hunter, fate seemed to have other plans for him. While he was rushing home, he heard a roar that sent chills down his spine. He raised his head to see a large boar that was more than 5 meters tall. Devil animal? The face of the hunter displayed great fear as he knew that devil animals were the enemies of humans. And only with the protection of the gods that humans could have such a safe place to live and prosper. Without hesitation, the hunter rushed in a random direction. He discarded all his weapons, herbs, and even the rabbits. He knew that his priority was to save his life first. He also knew that his speed was far slower than the boar despite his larger frame. So, he did not hesitate to discard anything that could slow him down. As the hunter ran for his life, he could feel the breath of death rapidly approaching him. Many times he wanted to give up and accept his fate. However, thinking about his wife and 2 children back in the village, he gritted his teeth and continued to run. For them, he wanted to live. As such, with his determined will, he ran even faster. A few minutes later, when the boar was really closed, the hunter saw a cliff ahead. He did not pause even for a second and jumped down. He wanted to take a gamble. If he survived the fall, the worst-case scenario is that he is injured, but his life is saved. If he dies, it's better than becoming this beast's food. He was also betting that the devil animal will not be as crazy as him and jump too. And he was right. As he fell down, he saw the massive boar look at him with resentment. The hunter had a slight smile on his face after seeing this. Then he prepared for the worst. Fortunately for him, fate seemed to be in his favor this time. He did not hit the ground as he expected but instead crashed into a river. Thank the destiny goddess, I learned how to swim in the next village river, thought the hunter as he surfaced from the bottom of this river. The hunter looked around to see a cave not too far from him, so he swam over there to take a look. He was currently thinking about how to get out of this situation. After walking in, the hunter was careful not to encounter another dangerous animal, so he walked slowly. Luckily for him, the cave seemed unnaturally brightly lit. After walking deep inside, he saw a few things inside the cave. However, his eyes were immediately fixated on an orb that glowed golden in color. The hunter wondered whether this thing was valuable enough to make himself and his family rich. He rushed to catch it and observed it. Unfortunately, he lacked the knowledge to know its true value. So he looked at the other things around. He picked up a book. Regrettably, the hunter did not know how to read. Fortunately, this book did not care about this fact. As soon as the hunter held the book, a large amount of information entered his mind, almost making him faint. Immediately afterward, his eyes changed. The ignorance of common folk living in a small village was gone, replaced by the wisdom of discerning the truth of the world. So that's how it is, muttered the hunter with a wry smile. The so-called gods are nothing but mortal who slowly acquires their strength. To keep the people at the bottom in their places, they made it their mission to keep them ignorant. Ha ha ha. The hunter laughed maniacally for more than 5 minutes before stopping. A ruthless light flashed across his eyes. God-swallowing technique? Very well. The hunter looked at the orb in his hand and knew its purpose. It contained a small amount of reputation that can allow him to enter the first step of cultivation, the divine shrine realm. Without hesitation, the hunter began his cultivation journey. In just 3 days, he opened his Niwen palace and created half of his divine shrine inside his sea of consciousness. After his cultivation was finished, the hunter took the last item that was in the cave. It was a weird rectangular piece of paper with strange writing on it. From the information he received inside his mind, he knew that this thing was called a talisman. As long as he wears it around his body, he can hide from the other gods and prevent them from knowing that he has begun to cultivate. So he turned it into a pendant and wore it around his neck. Although he knew that this method was not safe, the hunter had no other choice. From what he just learned, Only after having divine energy could this talisman be stayed inside his body. After making sure that there was nothing else around, the hunter began to climb the valley he just jumped from. After entering the divine shrine realm, his body reached the peak of human limits. Although not extraordinary, it was more than enough to climb this tall slope. After climbing up, the hunter did not immediately return to his village but searched for the previous large boar to hunt. Previously, he was afraid of what the gods called devil animals. Now, he knew that these things were nothing but animals that absorbed the spiritual energy in this world and evolved. Unfortunately for them, they do not have a complete cultivation system and could only absorb energy passively. As such, their growth is limited. Plus, the gods used them to control mortals and also cultivate. The hunter wanted to kill the devil animals, then spread his deeds to all the villages in the surrounding to gather reputation and cultivate faster. He will not swallow another god until his cultivation reached a certain level. This hunter was not the only person who accidentally received a fortunate encounter that allowed him to walk on the path of cultivation. Thousands of people like him across the fire realm did so too. And not just this realm, but the remaining 35 realms too. While the supreme gods were still deciding whether to accept Li Jun's offers or fight with him to death, a chaotic situation was slowly being developed in this world. Supreme gods like the Destiny Goddess, who is very sensitive to the changes of the world, felt that something was wrong again. Unfortunately, the secrets of heavens were hidden by Li Jun's group, rendering most of divination and calculation useless. Additionally, over time, Destiny gods felt her doom rapidly approaching. She did not want to wait for her fate, so she began to plan ahead. Chapter 345, Death Realm. Li Jun and the group had countless images in front of them as they analyzed the situation. The images not only showed the location, surroundings, and conversation of the gods, but also many mortals that have just begun their path of enlightenment. I have to say, conquering this world has not been effective resource-wise, said Taigand. Given all these mortals so many heaven-grade talismans, and even a few saint talismans, it does not seem to be worth it. To hide these people from the eyes of the gods, mainly the supreme gods, the talismans are given to them were at least heaven-grade, since these supreme gods are considered void-shattering realm powerhouse. And when it came to very sensitive gods like the Destiny Goddess, Li Jun and the others had to be careful and use saint-grade talisman. In the future, if we have to use so many resources to conquer a middle thousand world, of course, it will not be worth it, commented Yen Liling. However, since this world is special and we want to be as fast and as efficient as possible, it is worth it. True. So what's next on the plan? We need a distraction. Right now, the world has just entered the beginning of a chaotic situation. With the talisman, we can temporarily hide these people. However, as they grow more powerful and swallow more gods, the supreme gods will catch their attention and set out to eliminate them. We need to distract them. Li Jun then looked at Wang Jun and nodded. She took out a communication talisman and began to give orders. Fire realm, fire god was heavenly abode. The fire god was inside his temple, sitting on a fiery red throne. Flames of different colors surrounded the halls, giving the hall a more joyous atmosphere. His eyes were closed as he absorbed incense that looked like a golden thread. Underneath his robes, a few sword scars were slowly healing as he absorbed more. Nevertheless, his face still looked pale. Thinking about the reason he was in his current situation, the fire god gritted his teeth for a few seconds before continuing what he was doing. Under normal circumstances, he could take his time to heal his injuries. However, with the outsiders threatening their world, he did not want to take any chances. Fire god suddenly opened his eyes and jumped off his throne. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before he could react, a sword pierced his heart. His years of battle experience and instinct made him dodge to the side, avoiding a fatal position. However, the sword managed to cut off his right hand, making golden blood gush out. The fire god instantly controlled his body to prevent further loss of blood. Unfortunately, he discovered that his healing ability was hindered. He watched the person that attacked him. Outsiders. The man was dressed in tight black clothes that covered everything but his eyes. Although his clothes looked plain, countless runes could be seen engraved on them if looked with spiritual powers. A shadow-like cloak was emanating from his body. The fire god remembered that person instantly came out from his shadow to attack him, and he did not even notice it. Knowing that he should be omnipotent in his abode, the fire god immediately felt that something was wrong. Then his face became somber. He discovered that the amount of law power that he could control was drastically reduced. Additionally, the room he was in was sealed, preventing him from contacting the outside world or using the power of the abode to teleport away. How did you manage to infiltrate my abode? Unfortunately, the person did not say a single word. Plus, the situation quickly turned dire. 9 more people appeared out of nowhere inside the room, and like the person that previously attacked, these people had an aura similar to peak title gods. The fire god knew that if it was not the restraint of this world, these people should be in the same realm as him. Each of these people was holding a jade in their hands. Then, a strange circle made of runes appeared above the fire god's head. Immediately afterward, he felt his strength rapidly being consumed. Without hesitation, he rushed to the person closest to him, trying to eliminate him. Unfortunately, the 10th person that was not part of this formation rushed to stop him. A flame spear appeared on the remaining hand of the fire god and clashed head-on with the assassin. With the power of law, the supreme god had a slight advantage and pushed him backward. Unfortunately, his access to the law was weakening drastically. On top of that, his divine energy and soul were also slowly being drained. What made him even angrier was the fact that his opponent displayed no desire to fight him head-on, but wanted to buy enough time until he was too weak to retaliate. "Cowards!" roared the fire god. "Why don't you fight me like real men?" Unfortunately, the assassin merely sneered after hearing and did not even respond to his taunt. As an elite assassin, he was trained to not only be a strong fighter in head-to-head confrontations, but also to use any means to achieve his goal. So, he did not care about this pitiful god's words. 30 minutes later, the fire god's strength was reduced to a true god level or supernatural realm. However, the assassin did not immediately kill him. He waited a few minutes later when the latter was reduced to a mortal before cutting off his head. The fire god died full of grievance. He wanted to lure his enemy in and used a secret method to burn his blood and soul to use a powerful attack. Unfortunately, it was in vain. Once he died, one of the people in the formation said, "For someone who controls the law, this person was too weak." The others agreed with him. As part of their training, they have watched recordings of people who control law and even fought many of them, including fire law beings. One of the basic tactics of these people is to raise the heat in your body to an unbearable level. That way, you will either combust and die, or if you can resist this attack, your strength would be reduced drastically. And if you can null all these, it is still distracting to be constantly taking into account the heat in your body, thus giving the opponent the advantage. As for more powerful people that cultivate the fire law, some of them are powerful enough to burn all matter, space, other laws, and even time. Or they can use the mutual restriction of the element to begin to control the other 5 elements, or at least, add some magical abilities to their fire law. Another path forward would be to cultivate the fire law to the extreme until you can turn it into pure yang law, which is more advanced. And if the pure yang law is cultivated to the extreme, you can reverse yin and yang to gain insight into pure yin law, finally cultivated yin yang law. Compared to these methods, the way that these supreme gods used or controlled law is too rudimentary. "Let's not waste time here and continue our mission," said the assassin who killed the fire god. "Our commander has taken a lot of trouble to provide us with enough information about the heavenly abodes so that it is easier for us to infiltrate them. Let's not waste her effort and delay the young master's grand plans." This group then proceeded to the next target, and they were not the only group sent on assassination missions. The earth god was assassinated by poison. The dark god died from a powerful curse after discovering a mysterious item. He was too sure of his ability and did not think such a weak curse on the item could help him. The thunder god died while having fun in bed with one of his subordinate gods. His primordial yang was instantly sucked dry, killing him without having the time to respond. The goddess of dream was secretly fed a pill that made her enter a perfect illusion, until her soul scattered and she died. She never woke up from that illusion. Many of them died because of the sudden betrayal of their closest subordinate. Supreme God Conference. All the gods looked around and first noticed that the projection of everyone more or less had some injuries, or looked like they just had a battle. Then, they looked around and realized that only 20 people showed up. So, without counting the death god, 15 of us were killed in this assassination attempt, said the life goddess with a hoarse voice. No one answered her. No one expected the current outcome. Many people assumed that the outsiders would remain quiet for a while after taking over the death god's territory. This should have given them enough time to prepare and plan ahead. Chapter 346. After being quiet for a few minutes, the destruction god suddenly said, "Is this really the dusk of the gods? The end of our era?" No matter answered him, as they do not know the answer to this question. Over their long years they have suffered a few invasions, but nothing like this. Usually, their invaders, with the limitation of the word, are defeated by them after a few confrontations. Additionally, these gods are usually used to the form of warfare involving head-on confrontation of two armies. They did not expect their enemies to use dirty tactics like assassination and destabilization of their power. Recently, I have noticed a large number of gods in my pantheon suddenly disappeared, added the life goddess. Worse, even their faith seemed to instantly vanish. The same thing happened to me, agreed the remaining supreme gods. The war goddess clenched her teeth before saying, "The Freedom Alliance in my domain has disappeared. I have lost my control of them." No one said anything more. They were already aware of her decision to shield these people, and quietly acquiesced to it. After all, the gods could use these people to spread fear amongst the mortals and increase their faith. But now, it seemed that this decision has come to hunt them in return. "What should we do now?" asked the water god, who was the only one amongst the 5 elements gods that survived. "We should heal our injuries first, then prepare for the worst," said the destiny goddess before her projection immediately left the conference. The other gods were confused for a moment before leaving. The destiny realm. The life goddess showed up along with order god and destruction god appeared in her abode to see her. "Mingyun, what happened? You are acting out of character," said the life goddess. "We do not have much time," said the destiny goddess. To the surprise of the other 3, as she said this, her hair slowly turned white in the process as if she had aged countless years. Although her face still looked youthful and beautiful, the other could feel that her lifespan had drastically decreased. "What have you done?" The destiny goddess did not answer her friend. As the 2 most powerful female gods in this world, they have known each other for a long time. Their friendship had withstood the test of time. "As I said, we do not have much time. We must choose another token holder as soon as possible so that we can activate the Guardian Protocol. This may be our only chance at surviving through this catastrophe." The other 3 remained silent for a while before the order god said, "Who do you have in mind?" "The light god," replied the destiny goddess. "Of the remaining surviving people, he is the only one who can be trusted. Plus, if we act fast enough, there should be no problem." The group acted immediately and secretly headed to the light realm. Since the 15 of the 36 realms were now in chaos with the absence of a supreme gods, it became easier for their action to remain secret. Plus, all the remaining supreme gods were healing their injuries as quickly as possible. Some people wanted to be at the fullest to deal with the upcoming storm, while the other greedy few wanted to take advantage of the current situation. When it came to the 15 unoccupied realms, it was the perfect time to occupy them and gather more faith. After arriving at their destination, the 3 of them rushed to the light god's heavenly abode. The latter, who was already on guard after the previous assassination, immediately noticed them. The light god was a middle-aged man dressed in a clean white robe laced with golden threads. A white halo floated on top of his head like an angel. "Why are you guy here?" he asked with a frown. "We need you to come with us," said the destiny goddess bluntly. "Reason." The life goddess quickly placed her hand on the destiny goddess' shoulder to prevent her from saying or doing anything rash. "We need your help to do something, but we cannot say anything to prevent any information from leaking. Just know that this might be the only chance we have at saving our world." The light god pondered for a moment, thinking about how he almost died during that assassination and how his opponent immediately escaped before he had time to take his revenge. Anger suddenly overcame him. He took a deep breath to calm down, then said, "Fine." The four of them quickly left the light realm. While in the space between realms, the other three took out a token and activated it. Not long after, the light god found himself in a beautiful white temple that seemed to exist outside of time and space. Although it was small, it exuded a holy and supreme aura. Without knowing it, the light god found himself and the other supreme gods kneeling in front of the temple. Immediately, the lie god seemed to think of something and muttered softly, "God King." However, after seeing the serious attitudes of the other three, he did not ask. After kneeling on the ground for a few minutes, the aura on the temple disappeared and the four of them found themselves in a room with a tall status. As the light god raised his head to look at the more than 100-meter statue, he was shocked to discover that he could not see his face. From its frame and muscles, it is obvious that it is a man. However, the light god could not see the man's face. To be precise, he could not remember the person's face. As long as he blinks, he will instantly forget the person's face. And as long as he stares for too long, the face will become blurry and he will also forget. "There is no need to try, you will not succeed," said the order god, who proceeded to take out a token. The other two followed him. The three tokens floated on top of the statue. A white light came from the token and began to scan the light god. A few minutes later, a fourth token appeared and entered his sea of consciousness. Countless bands appeared on his soul, followed by many information. As the destiny goddess watched the light god digest the information he just received, she sighed softly in relief. "Hopefully this is enough to save me and this world." Death Realm. Li Jun and the group was monitoring everything with a formation in front of them. Li Jun suddenly asked Wang Ju, "Did you find something?" He noticed the frown on her face. "Maybe," she muttered. "All the supreme gods, except for the life goddess, the destiny goddess, and the order god, and the destruction god, had some sort of injury after our attack. Based on the spy we have, we know that all of them immediately locked themselves in their main temple to heal. The three exceptions did the same. The question is why? Why did they enter seclusion when they were not even injured? So, you suspect that they are planning something? Well, it is logical since they cannot watch us slowly destroy everything they hold dear," replied Li Jun. "Let's observe for a while before making our next move. Anyway, the current situation is in our favor." A few months passed. The group continued to watch the chaos of the 35 realms. Under their support, the Freedom Alliance became more powerful as they used the Devil Scripture to swallow more gods. On top of that, the people who secretly receive cultivation techniques also began to grow rapidly through attacking and swallowing other gods. Today, Li Jun called the other people for a meeting. "Why are you calling us?" asked Tai Gang. "I need you to prepare. We are going to attack the Destiny Realm." Tai Gang immediately became excited, while Yen Liling frowned. "Isn't this a little rush? The current situation is to our advantage. We can slowly wear out the other supreme gods before we attack them. Normally, that would be the case. However, the devil nature of the scripture has begun to affect the people of the Alliance and the new gods. They have begun to kill each other to swallow the other's powers." "So soon?" said Yen Liling. According to their plans, this would not be an issue until much later on. Then, they would use special pills that could alleviate these symptoms to control these people. "Yes. More importantly, I have a whim that something is wrong. If we do not act as fast as possible, There might be other variables, most likely coming from these three supreme gods. The group quickly came to a decision and began to prepare. Once everything was done, they used a transmission array to secretly enter the Destiny realm. Unfortunately, as soon as they arrived, 20 gigantic palms descended from the sky, each of them powered by law. Chapter 347. Li Jun's face became ugly after seeing this attack. He hurriedly waved his hand as his instinct kicked in. An ocean of blood manifested to surround the group and blocked the attack. Boom! The Destiny realm shook slightly, scaring the mortal. Blood slowly dripped from the corner of Li Jun's mouth. Although he blocked most of the attack, it was too sudden, so he was slightly injured. He wiped out the blood stain from his mouth with the back of his hand before raising his head to look at the sky. Fury could be seen in his eyes. He had to admit that his pride was a little affected after being planned by the gods. However, he quickly calmed down. As a person born from a powerful world, it is normal to have some sort of innate superiority over other people born in weaker worlds, especially given his status and standing in his world. However, his education has taught him to never look down on people, especially enemies. Although the people of the lower worlds are weak and have limitations, that does not mean that their future achievements are set. That does not mean that they are capable. In the Myriad Emperor world, there have been many great emperors who were born in small thousand worlds and slowly climbed their way to the peak, suppressed heaven chosens from powerful emperor lineages, and proved the Tao. So, after calming down, Li Jun began to access the situation. He saw the remaining 20 supreme gods coming out of a space tier. He glanced at the white-haired Destiny goddess and instantly guessed that the current situation might have something to do with her. "What did you do?" he asked curiously. "Probability manipulation," she replied calmly. "I slightly modified the future to one that is more advantageous to me." Li Jun immediately understood many things after hearing this. The reason that the devil nature of the people who used the god-swallowing technique suddenly manifested. The reason he suddenly had an impulse to attack the Destiny goddess even though waiting longer was to his advantage. All of that was probably because of this divine ability. I have to say, that is quite the ingenious method. However, judging by your current state, you must have paid quite the heft price, said Li Jun with a calm smile. All of that for a trickle of blood. The Destiny goddess sighed inwardly. She did not expect that these people were protected by the power of fate. This drastically increases the price she had to pay for this technique. More importantly, she underestimated the power of these outsiders. More than 20 supreme gods sneak attacked them, and just one of them was enough to block their full blow. "You have not won this war yet," said the Destiny goddess. She waved her hand and another space tier appeared. This time a large army came out. They covered the sky, making it seem as if it was cloudy weather. And it was not just her, but the other supreme gods did the same too. After seeing this, Li Jun frowned. He could guess the plan of the Destiny goddess. Since individual power was not enough to kill them, she wanted to use numbers. And this plan was feasible. Although Li Jun had the confidence to be victorious in a fight with all 20 of them, it would be very dangerous if he was surrounded by a large army and slowly tired out. After all, if his origin essence runs out along with his stamina, he will also be helpless. Not to mention the fact that his power was quite limited in this world. So, without hesitation, he also summoned his army, the Slaughter Legion. Taigang followed behind him and did the same. The space ring on their finger was capable of holding living people, so they carried their legions with them in case needed. As soon as the two of them summoned their legions, they did not waste time and ordered them to form an array. Blood-colored light flew from the Slaughter army and rose into the sky before turning into a vision of a shield with a few weapons drawn on it. As soon as the vision appeared, the aura surrounding them dramatically increased. Unlike the Undying Legion, whose main advantage is their ability to share vitality to prevent their death, the Slaughter Legion can absorb Slaughter Chi to increase their defense, speed, attack, and overall regenerative ability. So, the more they fight, the stronger they became. After Li Jun used a formation, Tai Gang did the same as well. His legion, however, had a skull on top of its head. As for the gods, although they did not have formations, they had heavenly abode. All the void gods and above used the faith in their abode to boost the strength of their army. Finally, the two sides clashed. The gods' army was also well-trained and disciplined, especially the legion led by the goddess of war. While in proper military formation and wearing armor, they could link all their divine energy together to amplify their attacks. This could be perceived as a form of formation. As they lined up in the sky with spears on their hands, countless elemental spells came from their weapons. Flames, thunder, wind, and water could be seen ravaging the sky. The different colors of the elements made the heavens look like a blooming flower, albeit a deadly one. The Slaughter Legion immediately surrounded themselves with shield spells to defend before rushing straight into the enemy line, as direct confrontation was in their favor. Once they reached a certain distance, the god army increased their elemental attacks to prevent them from reaching close to them. However, under the command of their leaders, they used another different attack, Frowny Face Blood Riot. The gods soon found that blood in their bodies was not under their control. Many of them started bleeding from the different orifices of their body, the vitality on them slowly fading. All of them immediately used their divine energy to calm down their rioting blood. However, the Slaughter Legion took the opportunity to reach their enemy. Then, a massacre began. Golden blood dropped from the sky. The gods felt one by one like scattered sand. The sky became gloomy as if mourning for the loss of these beings. Despite being outclassed in terms of number by at least 20 times, Li Jun's army still had the advantage. The reason for this was not only because they were better trained, but also because of the cultivation level of these people. In the god system, demigods who are equivalent to divine altar realm can fly. Meanwhile, only supernatural realm cultivator, which is equivalent of true gods, can fly. So, both Li Jun and Tai Gang's legion are composed of supernatural realm and above cultivators. However, the gods have many demigods in their fold. While the Slaughter Legion was decimating its enemy, the same could be said for the Undying Legion, if not more. These guys had no concept of defense and only attacked their opponent without any reservation. Then there is their immortality. Many gods have stabbed their opponents' hearts, cut off their limbs, and even their heads. Some had half of their bodies explode, with their blood and internal organs displayed all over the sky. Then, a few seconds later, they returned to normal. This brought great fear to the opposing side. After all, no soldier would want to fight an undying army. This was very detrimental to morale. As such, the Undying Legion slaughtered their opponent as easily as a death god taking away the souls of mortals to the afterlife. Meanwhile, the Life Goddess, who was an expert at life force, could see the reason for this legion's immortality after observing for a while. So, she understood that there were two ways to kill them. One, kill the main link of life-sharing, which was Tai Gang. However, she did not quickly use this method as she did not know how powerful the opponent was. Additionally, since she was aware of this defect, the opponent should too prepare in advance. Another way is to instantly use a powerful attack and destroy more than 90% of the soldier's body, making it impossible for them to revive. So, she quickly ordered all the legion fighting them to do so. Unfortunately, Tai Gang was prepared this time and did not play around. The formation that their legion used was a defensive one that would drastically increase their defense. This way, it would not be easy for their opponents to instantly kill any of the soldiers. Just like, the battle continued for a few hours. The ground was not inhabitable by normal people as it was full of craters. Magma could be seen on the ground, along with constant lightning strikes and massive tornadoes. Countless bodies on both sides lay on the floor, with their armor drenched in blood and other bodily fluids. Destroyed weapons were scattered on the battlefield, with small shining light that displayed their once glory. In the clouds, Li Jun watched all of this with a calm look. By now, he was used to death and slaughter. However, he soon frowned as he noticed something. These supreme gods were too calm even though he still had an overwhelming advantage. What are they planning? Given the nature of this world, they should have a trump card, so I should watch out for it. However, the situation has not reached that point yet. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw the life goddess begin to take action. And what she did next may instantly turn around the current situation. Chapter 348. A white and holy light came from the light goddess body before rushing out. However, the light did not target anyone from each side but went straight to the ground where the dead gods and cultivators lay. Immediately afterward, something shocking occurred. All the dead soldiers began to rise up from the ground. No matter how bad their injuries were, they would stand up, take a weapon and line up like an army. Plus, it was not just the dead gods that rose up but even the dead cultivators from each of the legions. Zombies? Deathlaw? Muttered Yen Liling. However, she shook her head after a quick observation. The life goddess was still using life law and a very advanced form of it. Life and death are intertwined like yin and yang. So, the extreme of life is death and the extreme of death is life. For example, installing life energy into somebody's body can properly heal them. However, if that energy is too much for them to handle or higher than their capacity, that person would instead die. After seeing the life goddess application of the law, the group was momentarily surprised. They could see that if she was not restricted by this world, with her talent, she should have understood life and death law, and maybe evolve it into reincarnation. After mentally sighing to himself, he began to observe these zombies. He could tell that the life goddess took their remnant soul after being broken to animate their bodies. Additionally, she controlled the blood energy and resentment of the battlefield to strengthen their bodies. During the confrontation with the two legions, the zombies immediately had an advantage. Just like Tai Gang's army, they had no fear since they were incapable of such emotion. Stabbing or chopping part of their bodies did not stop them from moving forward. More importantly, their bodies were now more powerful than any magical weapons or armor. It took the soldiers more effort and power to kill one zombie. As a veteran commander, Li Jun could see that eventually, his men would be tired even if they won this battle. Their stamina and origin essence was draining at much rapid rate. Should I begin the battle with the supreme gods? No, not yet. They have not been pushed to their limits yet. He then ordered both legions to start using spiritual attack. Since all the soldiers were in the supernatural realm and had access to their souls, this was possible. Immediately, positive results could be seen. The zombies only had remnant souls, not complete ones. As such, they were susceptible to spiritual attacks. Many of them started to die at a rate visible to the naked eye, and these zombies did get back up afterward. The soldiers were elated after seeing the result. Unfortunately, that elation did not last long. Not long afterward, their new tactics ceased to be effective. They could feel a shield around the soul of these zombies. It was like they all suddenly had a soul-protecting treasure. Although the soldiers were confused, Li Jun and the others immediately traced the source of this sudden change. It was one of the 20 supreme gods, the god of soul. He was a handsome young man with an extremely pale complexion, wearing a white robe. However, it seemed impossible to determine his clothes from his skin. He had a vertical scar on his forehead that looked like a third eye. The soul god is the one that protected the zombies. What do we do now? Asked Tai Gang secretly through divine sense. How about you stall the supreme gods while we massacre their army? Suggested Wang Ju. Not yet, replied Li Jun. Let's use the cavalry first to test out the hidden means of these people. A space vortex appeared not far from Li Jun and Tai Gang as they summoned something from their space ring. Soon afterward, another army appeared on the battlefield and caught everyone's attention, and not just because of their number. All the soldiers of this group stood on top of a gigantic eagle 40 meters long and a wingspan of about 120 meters. The soldiers seemed to be glued on top of the eagle. To be precise, they seemed to be one and the same, Bonded together, each of them had long spears in their hands. These soldiers did not waste time after arriving. After receiving instructions, they rushed towards the gods' army and started devastating them. The demonic eagles would tear apart anyone who stood on their way with their sharp claws. They would then use their speed and aerial maneuverability advantage to escape being besieged. Additionally, the soldiers on top of their heads would also send powerful attacks. Bodies began to fall on the ground at a rapid pace beyond the gods' expectations. Additionally, they saw another group that appeared on the ground. They seemed to be chanting some kind of mantra. As they do so, the resentments of the fallen soldiers began to disappear. After their death, the soldiers were immediately led to reincarnation. So, the divine ability of the life goddess no longer worked. They could no longer resupply their zombie army with new soldiers. What should we do now? Asked the supreme gods through soul communication. Do we want to fight them head-on? No. Their leader seemed very powerful and can skip realms to fight. It's too dangerous. That's right. The reason we started this fight in the first place was to use number advantage to wear him out. I did not expect that their army was so powerful. There is no point of complaining or arguing, said the life goddess. War goddess, it's time for you to use the same tactic during the War of Annihilation. No problem, she replied. However, we should be prepared for the worst, as we may have to fight head-on in the end. The war goddess connected to her heavenly abode. A space tier appeared in front of her and the others. Then, a bunch of tall individuals with blue and purple skin came out wearing golden armor and holding a variety of weapons. The shortest amount of them was 10 meters tall, while the tallest was over 100 meters. This was a giant army. After seeing this, Li Jun frowned deeply as he tried to remember some information. From what they know about this world, a very long time ago, before the age of the gods, there was another race in this world, the giant race. That race used to be the protagonist of this world, as even the world used to be referred to as Giant Supremacy World. Humans and demons were considered minorities, thus had little power. Despite the size of the giants, they were considered a peaceful race. They did not wantonly kill or mistreated the other races. However, conflict soon erupted between the human race and the giant race simply because humans reproduced too fast. As time passed, they needed more resources to survive, let alone strive. Although the giants were peaceful by nature, it did not mean that they would allow another race to rule their world. So, the human race suffered a catastrophe as the majority of them were killed in a war. Because of how far this world is to the myriad emperor world, the origin system never actually reached this place. So, the cultivation of humans was basic and involved imitating the bodies of giants. So, they had no chance of winning. After that war, the giant race began to monitor the human race and laid out rules on the amount of their population. Everything seemed to be going well until the individual known as God King came into this world. He was very partial to humans and began to preach to them and spread the god cultivation system. Although he did not do anything to the giant race, he also prevented them from harming the human race. After the God King left the world, humans were now a prosperous race under the protection of the gods. A new war then began. Unlike the previous ones, this one was a one-sided slaughter with the power of the supreme gods. Unfortunately, as the victors of this war, humans did not extend the same level of empathy towards the giant race and exterminated them. The only remaining few thousand were collected by the war goddess, enslaved and trained as soldiers for her army. After seeing the legion made of giants, Li Jun pondered whether he should show another one of his trump cards, which were a legion armed with powerful origin boats. These boats had powerful formations on them powered by many soldiers. Their destructive ability was simply catastrophic in a war like this. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he chose otherwise. The situation of the battlefield can change at any moment, and he no longer wanted to play this game of tit for tat. Since the supreme gods did not use their final trump cards yet, he would force them to do so. After all, they were not the only ones hiding their ability. Although he was cautious, it did not mean that he was timid. So, Li Jun ordered the others to begin to attack the army as he locked on to the supreme gods. Please read the author's thought. Chapter 349. Li Jun did not waste time as he immediately used his signature move. He threw his spear with absolute strength, causing countless sonic booms on the air. The spear turned into a red light, leaving scars on the space itself as it traveled forward with unstoppable momentum. The faces of the supreme gods became terrible to look at. They did not expect this outsider to suddenly overthrow the board like this and be so decisive too. Nevertheless, they were still prepared for the outcome. The light god was the first to take action. Law power circulated around his body before rushing forward. As a person who controls light law, it is very easy for him to break the limits of physics. So, his speed was countless times faster than the speed of light. That way, he turned into a streak of golden light and clashed with the spear. The sky was suddenly divided into two colors, blood red and holy gold. A few seconds later, the light god was pushed a few meters backward, but the spear's momentum was stopped. Then, out of nowhere, Li Jun suddenly appeared in front of him holding a halberd this time. He slashed down. The light god felt a heavy pressure like a colossal mountain was weighing on him. Even before the attack hit, he was immobilized by the pressure. So, although he wanted to use his speed advantage to run away, he was simply incapable of doing so. Luckily for him, he was not alone. A water shield suddenly appeared to protect him. Boom! Despite defending the attack, the shockwave created pushed him a few dozen meters, and he spewed a few mouthfuls of blood. Li Jun looked in the direction of the person who took action. He saw the water god waved his hand to create a massive tsunami in the sky. The tall waves rushed to drown him. Li Jun raised his hand and a ball of fire appeared in front of him. Then, the fire turned into a fire cannon. The fire instantly vaporized the upcoming water without even creating any steam. The fire cannon did stop but rushed towards the water god, making him scared. He thought that he would be gone this time. Then, the war goddess, who was wearing black armor with a shield and spear, appeared and stopped the attack with her shield. Her hair danced in the sky as she looked at Li Jun, her eyes full of fighting intent. She inhaled deeply, and the sound of her doing so could be heard for 100 meters on. Then, some weird energy suddenly came all over the battlefield and entered her body. Her aura suddenly drastically increased. As a goddess of war, her strength will drastically increase during wars, so she was now at her peak. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Li Jun to clash head-on. Countless shadows appeared as Li Jun swung his halberd with unmatched speed. Nevertheless, the war goddess seemed to be able to always block her attack. Additionally, she seemed to have the ability to transfer the force of his attack elsewhere. Li Jun's eyes lit up as he increased the force of his attack. Instead of using a single force, he stacked them up to increase his strength. At first, she was able to block the attack. But once the stack reached a certain number, the war goddess' internal organs were shaking. She coughed out blood before being sent away. At this time, the life goddess finally made her move. She instantly appeared in front of Li Jun. A small vortex appeared in her hand as she began to absorb his life force. Her purpose was to drain him of his life energy, aging and killing him. Unfortunately for her, she absorbed a black substance instead. As soon as it entered her body, the life goddess said with an ugly expression, "Death Chi?" Li Jun had turned his origin essence into Death Chi and allowed her to absorb it instead. As soon as it entered her body, her right arm began to atrophy as it slowly became as thin as a mummy's arm. The life goddess immediately controlled the power of law to create a large amount of vitality or life chi to counter the death chi inside her body. Normally, she would love to study this kind of energy as it would be very helpful to her. Unfortunately, this was not the right occasion. While the life goddess was trying to save her life, Li Jun went for the kill. However, this time it was the destiny goddess who intervened. She used her silver sword to block the halberd. Immediately after seeing her, Li Jun became more serious. The speed of his attack suddenly increased. In just an instant, he stabbed his halberd more than 100,000 times, causing friction and scar on the space around him. Oddly though, the destiny goddess evaded all the attacks with ease. She seemed to be able to predict all his attacks in advance. Future sight? She is probably using her power of destiny to peek all of my attacks, to peek at her destiny. Suddenly, Li Jun stopped attacking, which caught all the others by surprise. He looked at all the supreme gods before saying, I never imagined that you gods were the kind of people to fight to the death for your world. I'm surprised and respect all of you for this. However, you guys should realize that this battle is futile. My previous offer is still valid. As long as you guys joined us, once our purpose is finished, you will still be the leader of this world. Li Jun became quiet as he waited for their answer. Based on some of these supreme gods' facial features, he could see that some of them were tempted. A few seconds later, 8 of the 20 supreme gods flew in Li Jun's direction with the obvious intention of joining them. However, the war goddess suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked them. What are you guys doing? Do you really want to become traitors? You all should understand that this is a hopeless fight, said the animal god. Look out of their leader. Although he faced more than 20 of us at once, his breath is perfectly normal and not a single sweat could be seen on his forehead, and his aura is calm and smooth. Obviously, he has not tried his best, yet he is already so powerful. The animal god is correct, added the shadow god. This is a pointless fight. It's best to join the winning side and leave a fire of hope for our god civilization. You, said the war goddess. As for the other supreme gods, they only sighed and did not say anything. Truth be told, many of them felt the same way. However, their pride will not allow them to bow to other people. They are supreme gods, powerful beings that ruled over the lives of countless mortals and gods alike. No matter who it was, they refused to bow their heads to another person, even if that person is stronger than them. Fine, said the war goddess. All of you have brought this upon yourself. The 8 traitors gods immediately became alert after hearing this. Unfortunately, it was too late. A large mouth suddenly appeared behind these people and instantly swallowed them. Everyone was shocked and no one had time to react. Many of the supreme gods were wondering what this mouth was. While Li Jun knew that this was the manifestation of the god-swallowing technique, he distributed the Mortal Freedom Alliance and the other people with fortunate encounters. Given the fact that the headquarters was in the war realm, he was not surprised that the war goddess had her people infiltrate this place and acquire the technique. After swallowing those 8 people, the aura of the war goddess drastically increased. After reaching a certain level, it seemed to want to sublimate. It appears as she was entering another realm. Unfortunately, she failed. Although the war goddess' strength did increase, it did not sublimate. With Li Jun's judgment, he could tell that she was really close to the Saint Realm. Unfortunately, the world had limits on all living beings. It was already a miracle that a middle thousand world gave birth to law beings, so it was impossible to give birth to a saint. Li Jun looked at the disappointed look on the war goddess' face, but he did not care. He decided to take things seriously and end this fight as soon as possible. So, he used his vision. A projection of Li Jun appeared in the sky. He stood tall and mighty with a spear in his hand. He was on a battlefield with countless bodies at his feet. There were myriad races that existed between all heaven myriad world. In the background, worlds could be seen being destroyed. Li Jun had calm and indifferent eyes, and he witnessed all this slaughter. As soon as his vision manifested, the aura on his body also increased as his strength increased by a factor of 9. The aura revealed by his body made the entire world tremble. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.